The happiness paradox. So, let's talk about happiness. Not your I found a $5 in my pocket kind of happiness, but the ultimate utopia level sunshine and rainbows all day long happiness. Yeah, that's right. Imagine living in a world where everyone is constantly, relentlessly happy. You wake up, the birds are chirping the perfect pitch, your coffee tastes like it was brewed by angels, and literally nobody is sad ever. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, here's the twist, and it's a big one. This is what philosophers like to call the happiness paradox. Basically, when happiness is forced or guaranteed, suddenly it stops feeling real. Let me explain. You see, most of us like to complain. It's kind of a human superpower. We complain about traffic, about slow Wi-Fi, about people who chew loudly. And here's the kicker. That complaining, as annoying as it is, actually makes the occasional burst of genuine happiness taste sweeter. Life without a little struggle, without a hint of drama, starts to feel flat. Imagine eating only vanilla ice cream your entire life. Delicious at first, but eventually, you're staring at it like, is this it? This is my dessert forever? Now, picture a utopia where the government, or the AI overlord, pick your flavor, has decreed that all citizens must be happy. Mood-enhancing drugs, perfectly curated environments, positive reinforcement on steroids. No more sadness, no more suffering. And sure, it sounds perfect on paper, but here's where irony bites. You might start resenting your own happiness, because when you can't choose to be unhappy, the only emotion left is mild irritation or existential boredom. People in utopian simulations often report something called synthetic contentment. Basically a polite way of saying, I'm smiling, but I hate it. Think about it. Struggle is actually the secret ingredient in our happiness recipe. Winning a game feels amazing because you almost lost. Achieving a goal feels meaningful because there was effort, maybe even pain involved. And let's be honest, binge watching your favorite show wouldn't feel like a reward if the remote just handed you perfect entertainment every day of your life without even pressing a button. There's something deeply ironic about having too much of a good thing. It's like being trapped in a candy store with no cash, surrounded by chocolates that somehow taste bland after the first bite. Here's a fun thought experiment. Imagine living in this perfect happiness world. At first, you're thrilled. You skip through meadows, your boss only compliments you, your coffee never goes cold. But after a week, you notice something strange. You start to miss small annoyances. A rainy day that ruins your plans, that one friend who always teases you in the right way, or the frustration of learning something new. Without friction, life has no texture. Without struggle, happiness is just neutral background noise. Your mind craves peaks and valleys. Constant highs are actually draining. And there's more. In a utopia, if everyone is happy all the time, social connection can start to feel hollow. We bond over shared frustrations, over complaining about life together. Take that away and suddenly your conversations feel like reading a brochure for a theme park that never closes. People might even start creating minor inconveniences for themselves just to feel alive again. Yes, in some simulations, citizens literally invent tiny problems to break the monotony. Humans are so weird that even forced bliss isn't enough. We literally need to struggle to feel like we're living. So, the next time someone tells you, imagine if everyone was happy all the time, just smile politely and think, maybe eternal happiness is the most subtle form of oppression there is. Because in a world where sadness is banned, frustration becomes a crime, and even boredom is eliminated, what do we lose? The very thing that makes happiness meaningful. Ironically, happiness without struggle is, well, not happiness at all. It's just a quiet, unnerving, perfectly packaged emptiness. And here's the punchline. The harder we fight for small joys, the more we appreciate them. Struggle isn't the enemy, it's the seasoning. Happiness in a utopia, guaranteed and enforced, is like adding too much salt to a cake recipe. You thought it would make it better, but now you can't even taste the sweetness. So, dear viewer, maybe the real utopia isn't a world where you're always happy. Maybe it's a world where you sometimes fail, stumble, get irritated, and then, just then, experience those delicious little moments that make you grin like a human, not a perfectly programmed robot. And that, my friends, is the happiness paradox. Freedom versus equality. All right, let's dive into one of the classic brain twisters of Utopia. Freedom versus equality. Sounds simple at first, right? Freedom is good. Equality is good. Put them together, problem solved. Boom, utopia achieved. Except plot twist. Sometimes trying to make everyone equal actually takes away your freedom. Yeah, it's one of those moments where life looks like a friendly math problem and then suddenly flips into a horror puzzle. Think about it. You want a perfect society where everyone has the same opportunities, same wealth, same access to resources. Everyone is treated equally. At first glance, amazing, but here's the irony. In order to enforce perfect equality, someone or something has to control the system. Rules have to be written. Checks have to be in place. And slowly, freedom starts getting squeezed. Imagine a world where you can't choose your career because everyone has to have the same job options. Or you can't wear your favorite crazy neon socks because they might make your neighbor feel less fashionable. Fun for all, right? Except now you're a sock prisoner. Here's a human twist. Individuality thrives on difference. Your quirks, your preferences, your tiny rebellions, those are the things that make you feel alive. But in a perfectly equal world, quirks can become a problem. If no one is supposed to have an advantage or stand out, suddenly your personality is a tiny rebellion against the system. Want to invent a new tech gadget that blows everyone out of the water? Sorry, you can't. That would make the playing field uneven. Want to express your creativity by writing a weird avant-garde novel? Oops, that might make others feel less accomplished. Equality is great in theory, but in practice, it's like trying to make everyone share a single pair of roller skates. You can't all skate at once, and even if you try, it's going to be awkward and slightly sad. Let's put it in everyday terms. You know that friend who always tries to make everything fair? They rearrange the snacks so everyone gets exactly 3 chips. That's equality. But suddenly, your freedom to grab 4 chips because you're hungry disappears. In a utopia, imagine that multiplied by 1,000,000. Everything from career paths to income to hobbies, even to what kind of cereal you can eat for breakfast. Suddenly, the perfectly fair world feels less like paradise and more like living under the benevolent dictatorship of a snack-counting robot. Here's the funny and slightly terrifying part. People in this kind of utopia might actually start rebelling against equality. Not the messy, violent rebellion you're thinking of, but the tiny, ironic rebellions, choosing the wrong flavor of ice cream, insisting on mismatched socks, or keeping a messy desk just to assert individuality. Even in utopia, people find a way to assert themselves, because freedom isn't just about big things, like voting or wealth. It's the right to screw up your own life a little, make mistakes, or just be different. And when equality gets pushed to the extreme, all of those small freedoms vanish.
There's also a hidden psychological paradox here. In trying to make everyone equal, you might inadvertently make everyone miserable in the same way. If nobody is allowed to have an advantage, everyone ends up stuck in the same tiny bubble of mediocrity. No genius inventions, no weird art projects, no crazy life experiments. Just a world of evenly matched, equally bored humans. Ironically, in the pursuit of fairness, you can destroy the very thing that makes life exciting: diversity. Freedom isn't just a luxury. It's a necessary ingredient for individuality, innovation, and even happiness. So what's the takeaway? Absolute equality sounds like a utopian dream on paper, but in reality, it can start to feel like a velvet-lined cage. You're comfortable, sure, everything is fair, but is it fun? Is it alive? Is it you? Because without freedom, the messy, inconvenient, unpredictable kind, you're not truly living. You're just following a carefully crafted script designed to make everyone equally mediocre, equally content, and equally invisible. Here's the ironic kicker. People in this kind of utopia might actually start envying small injustices. At least in the old days, they might think, if someone got ahead, we could complain about them. Now, we're all equally bored and equally polite. And that's the essence of the freedom versus equality paradox. In chasing perfect fairness, you risk erasing the very thing that makes life interesting. The freedom to fail, the freedom to succeed wildly, the freedom to just be a little bit obnoxious. It's not optional, it's essential. So next time someone says, "Wouldn't a perfectly equal society be amazing?" just smile, nod, and imagine the horror of a world where your choice of cereal, career, or socks is dictated by some utopian overlord. It's fair, yes, but at what cost?
Knowledge paradox. On the surface, it sounds awesome. Imagine living in a world where everyone knows everything. No secrets, no mysteries, no awkward "I wonder what they're thinking" moments. Total transparency. Sounds like heaven for control freaks, conspiracy theorists, or anyone who's ever wanted to read someone's mind during a heated debate. But here's the twist. Total knowledge, as perfect as it sounds, can actually make life kind of boring. Think about it. Life is exciting because we don't know everything. The thrill of discovery, the joy of a surprise, even the tension of not being sure if that suspiciously quiet friend is plotting something. That's what makes existence spicy. But in a world where every thought, every action, every secret is laid bare like a neon sign, the unpredictability disappears. Imagine opening your fridge and knowing exactly which leftovers are going to taste like sadness and which like mild disappointment. The shock, the adventure, the tiny, chaotic mysteries of life, all gone. Poof. Here's where irony sneaks in. You might think knowledge is power. If I know everything, I can prevent mistakes, avoid pain, and live perfectly. Sure, sounds great on paper. But creativity and innovation don't usually come from perfect clarity. They come from confusion, from trial and error, from the moments where you stare at a blank page and think, "What the heck am I doing?" In a fully transparent utopia, all uncertainty is removed. Every idea you have is already predicted, every solution already found, and suddenly your brain starts screaming, "Wait, I'm obsolete. I'm a redundant thought processor." Even social life gets weird. Secrets, rumors, little white lies, yeah, they exist for a reason. They spice up relationships that give people room to improvise, play, and surprise each other. But in a world of full knowledge, there are no secrets, no awkward flirting, no mischief, no little surprises like, "Oh wow, you actually remembered my birthday. I didn't see that coming." Every interaction is perfectly predicted, perfectly safe, perfectly predictable. And guess what? Predictability isn't fun. Predictable is like eating boiled rice for every meal. Nutritious, sure, but soul-crushingly dull. And it gets even trickier.
When every idea, every pattern, every variable is known, humans start to behave like robots. Why bother trying new things if the outcome is already determined? Why write a novel, start a business, or experiment with a weird recipe if the perfect result has already been calculated by some omniscient utopian algorithm? The very essence of curiosity, the spark that drives discovery, gets suffocated. Knowledge, ironically, kills the joy of learning. Here's a playful thought experiment. Imagine a world where every movie twist, every song lyric, every secret ingredient in Grandma's cookies is known to you before it happens. At first, you'd be thrilled. Finally, no surprises. But after a week, that thrill vanishes. You start inventing chaos just to feel something new. You hide things on purpose. You lie in tiny, absurd ways. You invent pointless mysteries. Because without surprise, life feels empty. And that's the beauty of the knowledge paradox. The more we try to make life transparent and predictable, the more humans rebel with tiny acts of unpredictability just to remind themselves that they're alive. Even science shows this. Studies on humans in controlled, overly predictable environments show something fascinating. People start seeking risk, creating small conflicts, or just acting randomly to break the monotony. The brain literally craves the unknown. Too much certainty creates mental stagnation. And let's be honest, boring humans don't make history, art, or even good gossip. Boring humans just exist. And existence, without mystery, is dull. So here's the takeaway. Total knowledge, absolute transparency, sounds like a dream, but a utopia that removes unpredictability risks smothering the very thing that makes life enjoyable: curiosity, creativity, and the sheer thrill of the unexpected. The knowledge paradox teaches us that sometimes ignorance isn't just bliss, it's essential. Those little mysteries, those unsolved puzzles, those surprises we didn't see coming, they're the spice of existence. Take them away, and life becomes sterile, like a perfectly arranged sock drawer where no socks ever get lost. Sure, it's orderly, but boring. So next time someone says, "Wouldn't it be amazing if we knew everything?" just smile, nod, and imagine a world where every moment is perfectly predictable. Sounds safe, sounds efficient, but also sounds like a place where even spontaneity has gone on vacation. And that, my friends, is the knowledge paradox. The pursuit of perfect transparency might just kill the very thing that makes life exciting.
The immortality trap. The idea sounds awesome at first. No bills for funerals, no deadlines for your bucket list, and think of all the Netflix you could binge. Eternity. Sounds like a dream, right? But here's the catch. Living forever in a utopia can actually make life surprisingly dull. Welcome to the immortality trap. Think about it. Life feels exciting because it's short. Deadlines, limited time, the pressure to do something meaningful before the clock runs out. These are the spices that make existence flavorful. Take those away, and suddenly everything loses urgency. Want to climb a mountain, write a novel, or confess your love? No rush, you've got eternity. And guess what happens? That thrill, that edge-of-your-seat excitement that comes from fleeting moments starts fading, slowly, subtly, painfully. Here's an ironic twist. Humans are wired for impermanence. We savor sunsets because we know they end. We appreciate desserts because calories exist. We tell stories and share memories because life isn't infinite. But in a world where everyone is immortal, the scarcity of experiences disappears. Everything becomes routine. The first kiss isn't exciting if you've had millions of them. The view from a mountaintop isn't breathtaking if you've seen it 1,000 times. Even failure starts to feel meh. Without a clock ticking, life loses the tension that makes joy meaningful. And let's be honest, immortality sounds fun in theory,
But in practice, it's complicated. Imagine your high school friends. In a normal life, you lose touch, drift apart, people die, you move on. But in an immortal society, suddenly you're all still alive. And let's face it, some people don't get better with age. They just stick around forever. Awkward reunions for eternity. That crush you swore you'd never see again? Nope. There they are still, around, living forever, slightly annoying, still borrowing your stuff. Here's a thought experiment. Picture an immortal utopia where every resource is abundant, every disease cured, every danger eliminated. Sounds perfect. But after a few centuries, you start noticing patterns. Every day is sunny, every meal is edible, every movie ever made is already watched. You've learned all the languages, visited every corner of the globe, and even the novelty of breathing new air feels underwhelming. Your brain starts to crave challenges just to feel alive. The problem isn't danger or scarcity, it's meaning. Too much time stretches every experience thin, and the spice of novelty becomes impossible to find. And humans being humans, we start to mess with the system to inject excitement. Minor chaos, rule-breaking, even boredom becomes a form of rebellion. People might invent pointless competitions, silly games, or ridiculous challenges just to feel a tiny bit of tension. Ironically, the quest to live forever might make people value imperfection, unpredictability, and even small tragedies more than eternal comfort. Eternity exposes the secret. Happiness thrives on limits. Without them, everything blurs into a monotonous background hum. There's also the emotional cost. Imagine watching the world change around you while everyone else is immortal too. Political systems, fashions, trends, they repeat endlessly, like reruns of a bad sitcom. Even relationships could start feeling like software updates. Same interactions, different interface. Human attention, memory, and emotional intensity have limits. Stretch them across centuries, and life risks turning into a slow, dull loop. The paradox? Immortality gives you more life, but less living. And here's a delicious irony for you. In trying to escape death, we may trap ourselves in a prison of predictability. Death, scarcity, and fleeting moments are what make life precious. Remove them, and you remove the very stakes that make effort, risk, and adventure worth it. A world without death is a world without urgency, without spice, without edge. Eternal life could feel like staring at a painting forever. At first mesmerizing, but eventually your brain checks out. So the takeaway? Immortality is seductive, yes. Who wouldn't want endless years of comfort, pleasure, and knowledge? But the immortality trap teaches us a cruel truth. Life is valuable because it ends. Experiences are precious because they're limited. And joy exists because it competes with frustration. Without scarcity, without endings, without a ticking clock, life becomes strangely flat. Ironically, the thing we think we want most, forever, is the very thing that could make existence boring. So the next time someone says, "Wouldn't it be amazing if we could live forever?" just imagine it. A world where birthdays never matter, sunsets lose their magic, and every first kiss is just another repeat. Perfect comfort, yes, but also perfect monotony. And that, my friends, is the immortality trap. Sometimes the best way to live fully is to know your time is limited.
Moral enforcement paradox. Imagine living in a utopia. Everything perfect, no crime, no cruelty. Everyone's smiles as shiny as polished silver. Sounds amazing, right? But here's the twist. To get that perfect world, someone has to make sure everyone behaves morally all the time. And when you think about it, enforcing morality can actually turn paradise into a little dystopian nightmare. Yeah, welcome to Irony Central. Let's unpack this. Humans are messy creatures. We lie sometimes, cheat a little, procrastinate a lot, and occasionally eat dessert before dinner because, well, life is short. In a utopia, if every bad behavior is eliminated, that means someone or something is policing morality constantly. Think omnipresent cameras, AI judges, or a society of hyper-vigilant neighbors who judge you for forgetting to say please. Perfect morality becomes mandatory. And guess what? Mandatory morality is immoral. It's control. It's coercion disguised as virtue. Here's a relatable example. Say you're walking down the street and someone drops a wallet. In a normal world, you might hesitate, debate, or even pocket it out of impulse, but you might also return it. That tiny moral choice, with all its uncertainty, makes you, well, human. But in a morally enforced utopia, you don't even get to hesitate. Algorithms know your thoughts before you act, and if you deviate from the perfect ethical standard by even a fraction, a little red light flashes somewhere in the system. You're morally compliant, or else. And there's the ironic twist. Morality enforced by rules loses its meaning. Doing the right thing because you must, not because you want to, feels hollow. It's like brushing your teeth because a robot is watching, not because you care about your health. Virtue loses its flavor when freedom is gone. The very concept of ethical growth, of learning from mistakes, is erased. People stop being morally responsible because they're no longer choosing. It's just dictated. And that, my friends, is paradoxical. You want a moral utopia, but in creating it, you destroy what makes morality meaningful. Here's a playful thought experiment. Imagine a world where lying is impossible, stealing is impossible, and even thinking a naughty thought triggers a polite but firm correction from society. Everyone is good. On paper, it's perfect, but socially, it's exhausting. Imagine arguing with someone about pizza toppings and being told, "You are morally obligated to agree with me because disagreement causes emotional imbalance in the community." Suddenly, every conversation is bland, every interaction sterile, every minor rebellion punished with polite efficiency. Even the thrill of bending rules, which is part of human creativity, vanishes. And humans being humans, we're clever. When morality is enforced strictly, people find ways to rebel in tiny, ironic ways, whispering naughty jokes, sneaking unapproved snacks, or silently planning a revolution in their heads. The very act of policing morality creates resistance. The more utopia tries to perfect human behavior, the more we crave imperfection just to feel alive. It's like telling someone you may only eat salad and then watching them secretly stash donuts under the couch. Humans thrive on choice, even wrong choices, even chaotic ones. Take that away and you take away life itself. The paradox deepens when you consider justice. In a perfectly moral society, punishment might be immediate and perfect, but what about nuance? Humans make mistakes, misunderstand, misjudge. A world of strict moral policing risks punishing trivial infractions or even thought crimes. Your moral perfection becomes a chain around your freedom. That's the dark side of utopia. Enforcing morality turns a society of autonomous humans into a society of obedient, polished, slightly bored machines. So, the takeaway, a moral utopia sounds amazing. Everyone kind, compassionate, fair. But the act of enforcing that perfection is inherently dystopian. The paradox is brutal. In order to create a perfect moral world, you have to limit choice, suppress growth, and monitor thought. The very essence of human freedom and moral development gets sacrificed. You end up with perfect citizens, but at the cost of humanity itself.
Here's the ironic punchline. We often think of morality as inherently good, but morality without choice, without struggle, without the messy process of human decision-making isn't moral at all. It's just rules, polished until they're shiny and empty. In the pursuit of perfect virtue, Utopia may hand you a society of morally compliant zombies, smiling politely while secretly longing for chaos, imperfection, and the messy freedom to screw up. So, next time someone dreams of a perfectly moral world, smile, nod, and imagine the little rebellion in your soul. That part that says, maybe I'd rather eat the cake first, lie about it later, and still be human. That, dear viewer, is the moral enforcement paradox in all its ironic glory.
Perfection fatigue. Imagine living in a world where every problem is solved before it even appears. No traffic jams, no arguments, no work deadlines, no bad coffee in the morning. Everything runs perfectly, smoothly, beautifully, forever. Sounds amazing, right? Well, here's the irony. Humans might actually get bored, like soul-crushingly bored. Welcome to the paradox of perfection. Think about it for a second. Life is exciting because it's messy. We solve problems, we face challenges, we struggle, we fail, we improvise. And then, when we finally win or succeed, oh boy, that taste of victory, delicious. Now, imagine a utopia where all challenges are removed. Every task is automated, every difficulty anticipated, every minor inconvenience is eliminated. Congratulations! You've just created a world where nothing ever surprises you. And surprise? Humans are wired to need surprise. Without it, life becomes a little flat, like soda with all the fizz taken out. Here's the funny part. Humans are creative problem solvers. Take away the problems, and our brains start inventing them just to stay entertained. Seriously, in highly automated simulations, people reportedly begin creating tiny crises just to feel alive again. You know, like accidentally spilling a cup of coffee or pretending to forget your anniversary. Yes, boredom is so powerful that it can make humans sabotage their own perfection. That's the essence of perfection fatigue. Too much ease makes life dull, and dull life makes humans do ridiculous things. Let's get a little practical. Imagine you're in a utopian city. The traffic is always smooth, every meal is perfectly cooked, every street is clean. Your job is done by friendly robots who never complain. Even your Wi-Fi never drops. At first it's paradise, but after a few weeks, you notice something strange. You miss the chaos. You start craving the small frustrations that once annoyed you. The annoying coworker, the slow cashier, the rainy day that ruined your plans. Those problems, tiny as they were, gave life texture. Without them, everything feels oddly plastic, like living inside a very well-maintained video game. Here's the ironic kicker. Perfection can actually increase stress in a subtle way. Why? Because humans thrive on contrast. Pleasure is defined by its opposite: pain, effort, challenge. Success tastes sweet because failure tastes bitter. In a world where everything is automated, where every difficulty is neutralized, even the happiest moments lose their edge. Your brain starts asking, is this really life, or am I just existing in a showroom of perfection? And that existential itch is exhausting, even when everything else is flawless. Humor me with a thought experiment. Imagine a utopia where every invention is perfect, every problem solved instantly. Want to build a sandcastle? Boom, automated. Want to cook dinner? Boom, robot chefs. Want to win a game? Everyone's scores were perfectly matched. Eventually, even the thrill of accomplishment disappears. You've conquered everything, and that means nothing.
Humans are wired to need struggle, to need obstacles. Remove them, and we invent drama just to make the day feel real. Yes, we literally create problems in a world designed to have none. Even socially, perfection can backfire. In a society where every argument is resolved before it starts, every debate perfectly moderated, and every injustice immediately corrected, conversations become dull. Relationships feel engineered, interactions feel scripted, and people start craving the messy, unpredictable aspects of real life. Humans are not designed for perfect harmony. They're designed for a little friction. That friction fuels stories, jokes, creativity, and yes, even love. So the takeaway, perfection fatigue teaches us that too much perfection is not paradise. Life needs tension, surprise, and a few minor disasters to feel alive. Solve every problem automatically, remove every challenge, and humans will invent crises just to remind themselves they exist. Perfection sounds great until your brain starts yawning and muttering, "Is this all there is?" The irony? A utopia designed to make life perfect might make humans desperate for imperfection. So the next time you wish for a world without problems, remember that maybe a little chaos, a little mess, and yes, even the occasional traffic jam is exactly what makes life worth living. Because without challenges, without struggle, without surprises, perfection becomes its own kind of prison. And that, my friends, is perfection fatigue in all its ironic glory.
The choice paradox. On paper, unlimited options sound amazing. Endless flavors of ice cream, infinite career paths, every possible hobby, and every vacation spot you could dream of. Freedom. Unlimited freedom. The ultimate utopian dream, right? Except, here's the twist. Too many choices can actually make you miserable. Yes, misery disguised as freedom. Welcome to the paradox. Think about it. Humans love choice, up to a point. A few options are empowering. 10 ice cream flavors, thrilling. 20 vacation destinations, exciting. But give a human literally infinite options, and suddenly the brain goes on strike. We start overthinking, second-guessing, and stressing over every tiny decision. Should I have the chocolate gelato or pistachio? Or maybe both? Wait, is that selfish? Are my taste buds being unethical? Congratulations! Your utopian ice cream is now a source of existential anxiety. Here's the ironic twist. Choice is supposed to equal freedom, right? But when every decision carries weight, freedom becomes a burden. In a utopia with infinite options, even simple daily tasks start to feel like high-stakes chess matches. Breakfast cereal selection becomes a philosophic debate. Choosing your outfit is suddenly a moral judgment. And that vacation, well, the fear of picking the wrong one could ruin the whole experience. Humans aren't wired to handle infinite possibility gracefully. Our brains crave limits. They love boundaries. Boundaries make decisions easier, simpler, and yes, even enjoyable. In humans being humans, too much choice often leads to regret. Psychologists call this choice overload. Imagine standing in a utopian supermarket with every conceivable snack imaginable. You pick one, but now you're haunted by the 10,000 other options you didn't choose. Did you make the perfect choice? Are you doomed to silently mourn the snack you passed over for eternity? Even in paradise, decision paralysis can turn a tiny pleasure into a stress-inducing nightmare. That's the heart of the choice paradox. Freedom through options can feel less like freedom and more like emotional handcuffs. Here's a fun thought experiment. Imagine that utopia where everything is available instantly. Want a new car? Done. A new house? Done. A new experience every day? Done. But with each infinite choice, a tiny voice in your head whispers, "Are you making the best choice? Are you missing something better?" The voice doesn't stop. It multiplies. Soon, every day becomes a mental treadmill of possibility, leaving you exhausted instead of liberated. Paradoxically, you might even wish for limits, rules, boundaries, maybe even a little scarcity just to rest your overwhelmed brain. And it gets more ironic. In a world with infinite choice, humans often default to copying others just to reduce stress. Suddenly, the utopia is full of people following trends, doing what everyone else does, avoiding originality because making unique choices is too exhausting. Freedom, theoretically abundant, is now replaced by conformity and quiet anxiety. The very thing we think defines liberty, endless options, can erode individuality and happiness. Even socially, too many options can backfire. Imagine dating in a utopia with infinite potential partners. Every date is simultaneously exciting and stressful. You keep wondering, am I settling? Is there someone better out there? Anxiety skyrockets. Humans crave connection, yes, but endless choice makes commitment feel oppressive. That's why even in paradise, people might start longing for a little limitation, a little scarcity, something to anchor their decisions and give them meaning. So, the takeaway? The choice paradox teaches us that unlimited freedom isn't always liberating. Too many options can create stress, regret, and decision fatigue. The very utopia designed to empower you can end up exhausting you. Humans thrive not in infinite possibility, but in a balance. Enough freedom to explore, enough limits to make decisions satisfying. Too much of anything, even freedom, can backfire. So, next time someone dreams of a world where everything is available at their fingertips, smile, nod, and imagine the mental chaos of deciding which sandwich to eat for eternity. Unlimited choice sounds like paradise until your brain starts screaming for mercy. And that, my friends, is the choice paradox and all its ironic, stress-inducing glory.
Hedonistic ceiling. Sounds fancy, right? But what it really means is, in a utopia where pleasure is endless, humans might actually stop enjoying the little things. Yeah, imagine your entire life being one big dessert buffet, but eventually, even dessert loses its charm. Welcome to the cruel irony of too much bliss. Think about how pleasure works in real life. A cold soda on a hot day, a surprise compliment from a friend, or a perfectly timed joke. Those tiny bursts of happiness feel amazing because they're rare, fleeting, or unexpected. Now, imagine a utopia where every experience is maximized for pleasure. Every meal tastes perfect, every hug is ideal, every sunrise is Instagram-worthy. Sounds heavenly, right? But here's the catch. The human brain adapts quickly. That perfect chocolate cake, tomorrow it's just cake. The next day, meh.
After a week of eternal perfection, you start noticing that even joy has diminishing returns. Here's the irony. Our brains evolved to crave novelty, contrast, and challenge. Pleasure without scarcity loses its punch. You can't feel ecstatic about something if every moment is ecstatic. Imagine living in a world where every song is your favorite song, every joke is hilarious, and every snack is exactly what you wanted. Eventually, your emotional volume control maxes out. You can't appreciate subtle joys anymore because everything has been dialed to 11. The highs feel normal. The excitement disappears. And even the thrill of a surprise birthday party becomes underwhelming. Humans being humans, we start searching for extremes just to feel alive. In a hedonistic utopia, people might start inventing artificial challenges, risks, or discomforts, maybe skydiving without a parachute, but with a safety net, just to break the monotony. The more pleasure you pile on, the more desperate the brain becomes for novelty and contrast. It's like trying to enjoy a roller coaster after riding it 1,000 times in a row. The adrenaline doesn't hit the same. Pleasure hits a ceiling, and life without small frustrations or occasional setbacks starts to feel strangely flat. Here's a funny thought experiment. Imagine a world where your favorite ice cream flavor is always available, perfectly chilled and magically tailored to your exact taste buds. You eat it every hour. At first, bliss. Then, day 5, you're just shoveling it in because, well, that's what you do. Day 10, you start secretly hoping it will taste slightly off, just to feel something. Human enjoyment thrives on contrast, not on endless saturation. Too much good stuff, ironically, makes the brain numb to joy. And it's not just food or comfort. Emotions work the same way. A utopia designed to maximize happiness could ironically flatten human experience. Love, excitement, even laughter may lose intensity if life is one long pleasure parade. Tragedy, challenge, and struggle aren't fun, sure, but they create the emotional depth that makes pleasure meaningful. Remove contrast, and pleasure becomes background noise. The irony? Perfect bliss might feel boring. Socially, the hedonistic ceiling can also backfire. If everyone's experiencing maximum pleasure constantly, people might lose motivation to connect, to create, or to innovate. Why start a new project when your life is already perfectly satisfying? Why help a neighbor when you're already comfortable? Extreme pleasure can reduce ambition, curiosity, and engagement. Humans need a little longing, a little friction, a little dissatisfaction to feel fully alive. So, the takeaway, the hedonistic ceiling teaches us that too much pleasure is actually counterproductive. Humans evolved to crave novelty, tension, and scarcity. Remove all obstacles, remove all subtle challenges, and the highs of utopia start to feel disappointingly flat. Ironically, the more perfect the bliss, the less we can savor it. Sometimes small joys, brief frustrations, and fleeting pleasures matter more than endless ecstasy. So, next time someone dreams of a life where everything is pleasurable all the time, smile and imagine this. Eternal bliss, but every sunrise feels exactly the same. Even joy has limits. And that, my friends, is the hedonistic ceiling and all its ironic, brain-numbing glory.
The Utopia cycle. Imagine a society obsessed with perfection. Everything organized, every problem solved, every citizen happy, every road paved with unicorn-approved asphalt. Sounds dreamy, right? But here's the irony. The closer you get to utopia, the more likely the system is to hit a glitch and start over. Again and again. Think about it like this. Humans are unpredictable, messy, and wonderfully chaotic. You try to design the perfect society, and inevitably, someone will invent a new hobby, a new opinion, or even a new way to annoy the automated happiness monitors. Suddenly, your utopia isn't perfect anymore. That perfectly balanced economy? Flawed. That perfectly moral society? Oops, minor rebellion. That eternal bliss machine? Slightly underpowered on Tuesdays. And what do societies usually do when perfection fails? They reset it. Like a video game, but a very expensive, emotional video game with humans attached. Here's the ironic twist. In trying to achieve perfection, societies may enter an endless loop of improvement and collapse. Step 1, identify a flaw. Step 2, fix the flaw. Step 3, realize the fix caused 10 new tiny problems you didn't anticipate. Step 4, reset society again. Step 5, repeat indefinitely. Humans try to create a flawless system, but humans themselves are the unpredictable variables. And nothing, no matter how smart, lasts perfectly forever. Let's make it relatable. Imagine organizing a group project at school. You design a flawless plan. Everyone agrees. Day 1 goes perfectly. But by day 2, someone interprets instructions differently. Another person forgets a deadline. And the group dynamic shifts. Suddenly, your perfect system crumbles. You scrap the plan and start over. Now, imagine that scaled to an entire society with laws, economies, emotions, and AI monitoring systems. That, my friends, is the utopia cycle. Perfection is always a moving target because human behavior is gloriously unpredictable. And it gets funnier. The more advanced the utopia, the more fragile it becomes. Tiny flaws that wouldn't matter in the messy real world suddenly explode into crises. A missing punctuation mark in the happiness code? Instant panic. A slightly inefficient robot delivering coffee? Society-wide meltdown. Humans trying to perfect everything ironically create a world where small problems loom larger than ever. It's like polishing a diamond so hard that it shatters from its own brilliance. Even history teaches us this. Societies that try to engineer perfection often reset themselves. Revolutions, reforms, radical changes, they all come from attempts to fix imagined or minor imperfections. The utopia you think you're creating today may be tomorrow's cautionary tale. The closer you get to perfect, the more energy it takes to maintain, and the higher the risk that a tiny oversight will snowball into a full reset. Ironically, chasing perfection makes imperfection unavoidable. And here's the philosophical kicker. Maybe utopia isn't a destination at all. Maybe it's a cycle, a process of striving, failing, correcting, and starting over. Trying to perfect a society might be like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. Entertaining in theory, impossible in practice, and slightly tragic to watch. Humans crave improvement, but we also create chaos by simply existing. Any system attempting perfection is by definition doomed to repeat the cycle. So, the takeaway:
The Utopia cycle reminds us that perfection is inherently unstable when humans are involved. Societies can try to fix every flaw, smooth out every wrinkle, and polish every corner, but new imperfections emerge. The cycle of creation, collapse, and reset is inevitable. Trying to escape this loop may be as futile as trying to fold a fitted sheet perfectly. Humans, after all, are gloriously imperfect, and any system that ignores that is bound to repeat itself. So, next time someone dreams of a flawless utopia, picture it like a never-ending reset button, Society Edition. The dream is eternal, the flaws are eternal, and the cycle is eternal. And that, my friends, is the Utopia cycle in all its ironic, never-ending glory.
Justice Paradox. Imagine a society where justice is absolute. Every action has consequences. Every rule is enforced perfectly, and no wrongdoing ever slips through the cracks. Sounds amazing, right? No crime, no corruption, no unfairness. A dream come true. Except, here's the kicker. In trying to achieve perfect justice, minor mistakes can get punished far too harshly, and suddenly, paradise starts looking a little like a legal horror show. Think about it. Humans make mistakes. We forget, we misstep, we spill coffee on the boss's report. Minor, often harmless mistakes. But in a utopia obsessed with absolute balance, even the tiniest error might trigger disproportionate consequences. Why? Because the system is designed to prevent any imbalance. One small mistake left unchecked could, theoretically, grow into chaos. So instead of letting humans learn from their errors, society clamps down hard. Irony alert, the pursuit of perfect fairness ends up creating rigidity and fear. Here's a relatable example. Imagine you accidentally step on someone's foot in the perfectly harmonious utopian city. In the justice paradox, that slip isn't shrugged off. Oh no, it triggers a cascade of penalties, apology robots, mandatory foot massage restitution, maybe a few community service sessions in foot traffic management. Minor mistake, major punishment, all in the name of preserving absolute equilibrium. And humans, they start tiptoeing through life, afraid to breathe wrong, sneeze wrong, or even blink in the wrong rhythm. And that's the irony. Perfect justice, meant to create fairness and peace, can actually create tension, stress, and constant anxiety. Humans are fallible by nature. Systems that assume perfection as the standard inevitably punish normal imperfection. In trying to enforce flawless balance, the utopia becomes oppressive. The very people meant to benefit from perfect justice now live under the watchful eye of relentless algorithms or overly enthusiastic moral arbiters. Even minor deviations can spiral into absurdly severe consequences. Here's another twist. Absolute justice kills flexibility. Justice in the real world is messy, yes, but that messiness allows humans to grow. We apologize, we learn, we make amends. But in a utopia where every infraction must be met with precise consequences, there's no room for growth, no room for forgiveness, no room for humanity. The
Paradox? In trying to prevent injustice, absolute justice risks creating injustice of its own. Humans, of course, are clever. In such a rigid system, people might start gaming it, finding loopholes, or even rebelling quietly just to feel alive. Absolute justice doesn't just enforce balance, it creates an endless chess game where the players are afraid to move, yet still try to sneak past the rules. The pursuit of fairness ironically breeds tension, clever manipulation, and a subtle rebellion of spirit. Even philosophically, the justice paradox makes sense. Justice requires context, discretion, and mercy, qualities that are deeply human. Absolute justice ignores those qualities. It doesn't account for intent, for nuance, for circumstances. It punishes the minor slip with the same mechanical precision as a major crime. In the process, the utopia designed to be fair and harmonious ends up feeling cold, rigid, and slightly dystopian. So, the takeaway? The justice paradox teaches us that absolute fairness can become a trap. In trying to eliminate wrongdoing entirely, even the tiniest mistakes are punished excessively. The pursuit of perfect justice sacrifices humanity, flexibility, and the natural learning process that comes from trial and error. Ironically, in enforcing balance, the utopia creates imbalance in human experience, fear, anxiety, and a quiet rebellion against rigidity. So next time someone dreams of a perfectly just society, picture a world where every minor slip could trigger an over-the-top chain reaction of penalties. A world where tiptoeing through life becomes the new normal. Absolute justice sounds perfect, but in reality it can be just as oppressive as the chaos it's meant to prevent. And that, my friends, is the justice paradox in all its ironic, perfectly balanced glory.
Motivation collapse. Imagine living in a world where everything is perfect, every need met, every problem solved. Every meal is delicious, every home cozy, every day sunny. No suffering, no struggle, no deadlines. Sounds like heaven, right? Well, here's the paradox. When everything is perfect, humans can actually lose the drive to innovate, create, or just get out of bed. Yep, perfection can kill ambition. Think about it. Humans are wired to strive. We invent, explore, and create because we need to solve problems, overcome challenges, or survive. But in a utopia, where all challenges are removed, where effort isn't necessary for survival or comfort, the engine that drives human motivation begins to sputter. Suddenly, there's no urgency to think, no reason to experiment, no excitement in pushing boundaries. Everything is already perfect, so why bother? That's motivation collapse in a nutshell. When you remove struggle, you remove purpose. Here's the funny part. At first, people might love it. Finally, no stress, no mistakes, just pure comfort. But over time, that bliss begins to feel flat. Humans start to notice that the spark, the drive that made them dream, invent, or even mess up gloriously is gone. That electric thrill of problem solving, of overcoming obstacles, or just seeing how far you can push a system, all evaporated. Utopia has unknowingly created a society of extremely comfortable, mildly bored, and highly unambitious humans. Let's get relatable. Imagine a world where someone already invented the perfect smartphone, the perfect transportation system, and the perfect ice cream flavor. You try to invent something new, but it already exists. Want to write a novel? Someone else wrote the perfect story. Want to explore? Every corner of the world is mapped, documented, and Instagrammed. Want to start a business? There's already a flawless automated version. Your motivation shrivels. The irony is, perfection removes the very obstacles that give life meaning, leaving humans listless and uninspired. Even socially, this collapse has consequences. Humans are motivated not just by survival or comfort, but also by challenge, competition, and personal growth. In a perfect utopia, competition is meaningless because everyone already has everything. Personal achievements lose their luster. People might stop learning, stop experimenting, and stop pushing themselves. Society remains flawless on the surface, but underneath, a subtle stagnation sets in. Humans become complacent. Innovation stalls. Even relationships risk becoming shallow because the thrill of effort and compromise, the things that make love and friendship meaningful, has been minimized. And humans being humans, boredom is dangerous. When motivation collapses, people start creating artificial challenges just to feel alive. Maybe tiny competitions, elaborate games, or pointless experiments that wouldn't exist in a normal world. The irony is delicious. A society designed for perfection indirectly spawns chaos and playfulness out of sheer need for purpose. Motivation doesn't disappear, it mutates. Humans invent problems to solve because utopia removes all real ones. Here's a thought experiment. Picture a utopia where hunger, danger, and scarcity are eradicated, where everyone has a comfortable home, limitless resources, and endless leisure. At first, society flourishes. But after decades, centuries, maybe millennia, people stop striving, art stagnates, science plateaus. Even sports feel hollow because victory is meaningless when everything is already perfect. The pursuit of improvement, the thing that defines humanity, is gone. And ironically, that makes perfection feel empty. So the takeaway: motivation collapse teaches us that human drive depends on imperfection. Struggle, scarcity, and challenge aren't just annoyances. They're essential for ambition, creativity, and growth. Remove them, and humans may lose the very thing that makes life dynamic: the hunger to create, innovate, and push limits. Perfection sounds wonderful until you realize that without motivation, humans stop being humans in any meaningful sense. So next time someone dreams of a perfect world where every need is met, picture the subtle decay. A society of extremely comfortable people lounging on utopian beaches, endlessly sipping perfect drinks, while secretly wondering why they bother to get out of bed. And that, my friends, is motivation collapse in all its ironic, blissful, but ultimately stagnating glory. Identity erosion. Imagine living in a utopia where everything is flawless. Perfect homes, perfect jobs, perfect friendships, perfect personalities tailored for maximum happiness. Sounds amazing, right? But here's the catch. When everything is designed to be perfect and uniform, individuality can start to fade. That quirky thing that makes you, well, you, might slowly get lost in the shiny, seamless perfection. Welcome to the paradox of losing yourself in paradise. Think about it. Humans are messy, contradictory, unpredictable creatures. Those quirks, your weird laugh, your random hobbies, your tendency to binge-watch a series at 2 a.m. are all part of your identity. Now imagine a society that wants everything optimized for harmony. Every behavior is nudged toward ideal social interaction. Every decision is guided to maximize collective happiness. Suddenly, being quirky isn't encouraged. It's just inefficient. Individuality starts to blur into a homogenized, perfect citizen mold. And ironically, perfection suppresses what makes humans unique. Here's a funny example. Imagine a utopia where every morning a friendly AI adjusts your wardrobe to perfectly match your social group, your hairstyle to maximize attractiveness, your breakfast to optimize nutrition and mood. You look flawless, feel flawless, interact flawlessly, but when you glance in the mirror, you think, wait, who am I again? The irony is delicious. By trying to perfect life, the society may erase the little imperfections that define identity. And humans, being humans, this leads to subtle rebellion. Even in the most harmonious, perfect environments, people cling to small markers of uniqueness, a slightly weird haircut, an unusual hobby, a deliberately messy desk. Why? Because identity is tied to choice, imperfection, and distinction. Remove those, and humans feel strangely anonymous in paradise. You might be perfect externally, but internally, you start asking, do I exist? Or am I just a polished version of everyone else? Here's another angle. In a utopia that prioritizes equality and perfection, social pressure to conform can be extreme. Everyone behaves ideally. Everyone thinks optimally. Everyone makes decisions for the collective good. Individual opinions, eccentric interests, and unconventional lifestyles may subtly vanish. Over generations, the quirks that gave a society flavor, the music, the art, the humor, can homogenize into a blend consensus of efficiency and niceness. Perfection, ironically, can create uniformity that suffocates uniqueness. Even socially, Identity erosion has consequences. Relationships thrive on difference, tension, and individuality. Love, friendship, rivalry, these dynamics rely on contrast between personalities. In a utopia where perfection levels the field, interactions may be safe, predictable, and polite, but also boring. Humans may smile, cooperate, and exist harmoniously, but without the small imperfections that spark connection and empathy, life risks feeling bland. Paradoxically, the pursuit of perfect social harmony may reduce the richness of human experience. Here's the philosophical kicker. Identity isn't just about quirks. It's also about struggle, failure, and choice. Your personal growth, your unique tastes, your moral compass, these develop through imperfection. In a flawless utopia, humans are shielded from these challenges. Without friction, without mistakes, without moral dilemmas, identity starts to flatten. Perfection removes the very context in which individuality thrives. So, the takeaway: identity erosion teaches us that uniform perfection can blur what makes humans unique. Quirks, contradictions, and struggles aren't flaws, they're essential to being human. In pursuing absolute harmony, utopia risks creating citizens who are perfect on the surface, but undistinguishable beneath. The irony: a society designed to celebrate humanity may in fact erase it. So, next time someone dreams of a perfectly smooth, perfectly harmonious world, imagine the subtle cost: a society of happy, flawless people, all slightly the same, all quietly asking, "Who am I really?" And that, my friends, is identity erosion in all its ironic, polished, yet identity-sapping glory.
Imagine a utopia where suffering doesn't exist. No hunger, no pain, no injustice, no heartbreak. Sounds perfect, right? Everyone's happy all the time, life is smooth, smiles are plentiful. But here's the irony. A world without suffering might also reduce our capacity for empathy. Yep, removing pain could ironically make humans less compassionate. Think about it. Empathy, the ability to understand and share someone else's feelings, thrives in contrast. We recognize joy because we know sadness. We feel hope because we've experienced despair. We help because we've seen struggle. Remove all hardship, and suddenly humans are surrounded only by perfection. Without witnessing challenge, pain, or imperfection, our emotional radar for understanding others starts to atrophy. Compassion requires context, and utopia often removes that context. Here's a simple example. Imagine a society where no one ever gets sick, fails a test, loses a job, or experiences disappointment. Everyone's life is comfortable, predictable, and problem-free. At first, this is amazing, but over time, humans start struggling to relate to one another on a deeper level. Someone mentions feeling slightly sad because their robot pet malfunctioned, and the response might be, "That's weird. I've never felt anything like that." Without suffering, emotional depth flattens. Compassion becomes a polite concept, not a lived experience. And humans being humans, this can get funny and sad. People might try to invent suffering just to feel empathy. Think about it. In a perfect world, tiny, harmless inconveniences might start taking on exaggerated importance. Oh no, my latte is slightly too warm. Or the AI assistant didn't pick the right playlist. Suddenly, minor frustrations become the new currency of compassion because real struggle doesn't exist. The irony is delicious. Utopia might force people to manufacture empathy in order to preserve empathy. Even socially, the empathy paradox is tricky. Relationships thrive on shared understanding, mutual support, and emotional resonance. Remove the raw experiences of struggle, and those bonds risk becoming shallow. People may smile and nod, perform acts of kindness, but without real suffering to understand, the connection loses intensity. A society of perfectly happy people might be polite and cooperative, yes, but the deep human bonds formed in adversity, those could vanish quietly. Here's a thought experiment. Imagine volunteering in a utopian world. There's nothing to fix, no one in need, so you invent a scenario in your head to practice empathy. Maybe you help a holographic person solve a trivial puzzle. It's technically compassionate, but it lacks weight. The irony is, in trying to cultivate virtue in a perfect world, humans might engage in simulated suffering simply to maintain their emotional muscles. Real empathy becomes optional because there's no real suffering to respond to. Even morally, the paradox deepens. Many moral systems are built around alleviating suffering. But if suffering disappears, what motivates moral action? Helping others feels less urgent, kindness may become ritualized, and altruism risks becoming performative. A utopia that eliminates suffering could unintentionally flatten the moral landscape because empathy itself loses context and meaning. So, the takeaway, the empathy paradox teaches us that suffering, for all its unpleasantness, is essential for human connection. Contrast between happiness and hardship allows humans to feel, relate, and care. Remove that contrast, and you risk creating a society that is superficially harmonious, but emotionally shallow. Ironically, perfect happiness might dull the very quality, empathy, that makes us deeply human. So next time someone dreams of a world without pain, imagine this. Smiling citizens, perfectly polite conversations, but behind the smiles, a subtle emptiness. Because without struggle, humans might forget how to care. And that, my friends, is the empathy paradox in all its ironic, heartwarming, yet heartless glory.
Conflict addiction. Imagine a utopia where everything is smooth, predictable, and perfectly harmonious. No traffic jams, no arguments, no misunderstandings. Life is one giant, well-oiled machine of comfort and happiness. Sounds like paradise, right? Well, here's the irony. Humans might actually start creating conflicts just to feel alive. Yep, in a world without struggle, we crave it. Call it our evolutionary craving for drama. Think about it. Humans are wired to respond to tension, challenge, stress, confrontation. These things activate our minds and bodies, keep us alert, and give life excitement. Remove all conflict, and suddenly the brain feels bored, unstimulated, even flat. In a perfect society, people might start inventing tiny disagreements or stirring the pot just to get that rush of engagement. The paradox: utopia eliminates conflict to maximize peace.
but humans might generate it themselves out of sheer need for stimulation. Here's a funny mental image. Picture a utopian neighborhood where everyone is blissfully polite. Birds chirp in perfect harmony. Lawns are perfectly mowed, and every interaction is friendly. Then you notice your neighbor subtly criticizing your garden gnome placement. You respond with equally playful passive aggression. Boom! Conflict. Nothing serious, just enough to get the heart racing and the adrenaline flowing. Humans, in the absence of natural struggles, will find or invent drama to feel alive again. Even more ironically, this isn't just hypothetical. Studies in psychology show that people often create minor conflicts or exaggerate problems when life is too easy or too predictable. Humans thrive on tension, contrast, and a little chaos. In a utopia where life is perfectly balanced, those natural desires don't disappear, they mutate. Boardroom debates over literally nothing. Social media spots over fictional scenarios. Even small personal rivalries can become essential just to simulate challenge. Humans become addicted to the sensation of conflict itself. Here's another example. Imagine a utopia where every task is automated. Your work is done, your food is prepared, your entertainment curated. At first, bliss. But over time, you start arguing with friends about trivial things, like which flavor of cake is objectively superior, or whose playlist should play in the communal park. Conflict gives your brain a little kick, a reminder that you exist. Ironically, the very harmony designed to make life perfect drives humans to create mini chaos just to feel alive. Even socially, conflict has a surprising role. Disagreements, tension, and small competitions foster bonding, cooperation, and creativity. Remove conflict entirely, and humans may feel emotionally flat, disconnected, or restless. So in a utopia, people might subconsciously seek small disagreements, not to harm others, but to inject life and meaning into their days. The paradox is delicious. Peace breeds its own brand of chaos. Here's the philosophical kicker. Humans evolved under tension, scarcity, and challenge. Conflict is part of the stimulus that keeps our emotions, creativity, and relationships dynamic. Remove it, and life risks becoming a monotonous perfection. Ironically, the more peaceful the world, the more humans feel compelled to rebel against that peace in subtle, playful ways. Humans are never truly comfortable with total harmony. They need a little friction, even if it's self-generated. So the takeaway? Conflict addiction teaches us that humans crave tension, struggle, and minor chaos as much as comfort. Perfect harmony can feel eerily empty, and humans might invent conflicts just to remind themselves they exist. Irony alert, a society designed for peace might actually encourage petty spats, passive aggression, or dramatic debates, all in the name of keeping life interesting. So next time someone dreams of a completely conflict-free utopia, picture this: smiling citizens politely disagreeing over trivial matters, subtle drama simmering under the surface, and humans quietly addicted to the spark of tension. And that, my friends, is conflict addiction in all its ironic, chaos-craving glory. The paradox of gratitude.
Imagine living in a utopia where everything is abundant. Food, unlimited. Shelter, flawless. Experiences, endless. Comfort, maximum. Sounds amazing, right? Like a non-stop, all-you-can-eat buffet of life itself. But here's the ironic twist. The more abundance you have, the less you might actually appreciate it. Yep, too much of a good thing can quietly kill gratitude. Think about how gratitude works in real life. You notice a hot meal when you're hungry, a comfy bed when you've slept on a floor, a kind gesture when life's been rough. Scarcity, challenge, or even slight discomfort makes us pause and feel thankful. Remove all challenge, remove all scarcity, and humans' emotional radar for appreciation starts to dull. Unlimited abundance can make life feel ordinary. Ironically, a utopia designed to delight you could actually make you stop noticing how lucky you are. Here's a funny scenario. Imagine a utopia where every day you get your favorite ice cream, perfectly timed sunrises, the ideal playlist, and flawless social interactions. On day 1, you're euphoric. Day 2, same bliss. By day 7, you barely notice it anymore. Your brain adapts, and what once sparked joy now feels routine. Gratitude diminishes because abundance has removed contrast. The more perfect the world, the less extraordinary your life feels. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle frustration or boredom. You start craving novelty just to reignite that sense of appreciation. Maybe you chase new flavors of ice cream, travel to increasingly extreme destinations, or invent complicated rituals for enjoyment. The irony? A world designed to maximize joy inadvertently spurs restlessness. Too much of a good thing can make humans feel strangely underwhelmed. Even socially, abundance can dull gratitude. In a utopia where everyone has everything, achievements, gifts, and rewards lose meaning. Compliments feel generic. Health is expected rather than extraordinary, and generosity becomes routine. People might start comparing themselves, searching for exclusive experiences or rare privileges just to feel appreciative again. Ironically, a society that eliminates scarcity risks eroding the emotional richness that gratitude provides. Here's a philosophical twist. Gratitude isn't just a pleasant feeling, it's essential for emotional health, motivation, and connection. It keeps humans grounded, humble, and aware of others' contributions. But in a world of endless perfection, gratitude becomes optional, even meaningless. Without scarcity or challenge, humans may forget to feel thankful, and appreciation becomes a faint memory rather than a lived experience. Here's another example. Imagine every day someone gives you the gift of exactly what you need, perfectly tailored to your preferences. You never go without. You never struggle. At first, it's magical. But after a lifetime, even the perfect gift loses its shine. You may stop noticing the effort behind it, the joy it once brought, or the uniqueness of it. Gratitude fades, replaced by routine and expectation. And that, my friends, is the cruel irony of abundance. So, the takeaway. The paradox of gratitude teaches us that too much abundance can ironically make humans less appreciative. Scarcity, struggle, and contrast aren't annoyances. They're what make joy meaningful. Remove them entirely, and even the most perfect experiences can feel bland, expected, or ordinary. Utopia, in its quest to delight, may quietly dull the very emotion it hopes to inspire.
So next time someone dreams of a perfectly abundant life, imagine this: endless comfort, infinite pleasures, but a subtle emptiness because humans have stopped pausing to appreciate it. And that, my friends, is the paradox of gratitude in all its ironic, emotional, flattening glory.
Happiness inflation. Imagine living in a utopia where joy is everywhere. Every day is sunny, every meal delightful, every interaction perfectly satisfying. Life is basically a non-stop festival of good vibes. Sounds amazing, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Too much happiness can actually make happiness feel less happy. Yep, the more you have, the less impact it carries. Welcome to the sneaky trap of emotional inflation. Think about it like money. When your wallet is empty, receiving $10 feels amazing. When your wallet is stuffed with cash, that same $10 barely registers. Human emotions work similarly. The more overexposed you are to joy, the less your brain reacts to it. The sparkling highs of life start to feel flat, routine, and even expected. In a utopia designed for happiness, you could paradoxically end up feeling underwhelmed. Here's a funny example. Imagine a world where everyone gets exactly what makes them happy every single day. The perfect ice cream, the ideal sunrise, the flawless compliment, and yes, even that just right temperature outside. On day 1, euphoric. Day 2, still amazing. Day 100, you might start walking past those sunrises like, yep, another perfect sunrise. Moving on. Your brain adapts, and the emotional punch of happiness deflates. The irony is delicious. Perfection dilutes pleasure. Even socially, happiness inflation can sneak up. In a world where everyone is always ecstatic, emotional extremes lose context. Someone shares exciting news and your response is, meh. Celebrations feel routine, compliments lose power, emotional highs flatten because your internal scale has been recalibrated to constant joy. Humans need contrast, moments of challenge, frustration, or discomfort to truly appreciate happiness. Remove those contrasts, and even paradise starts to feel slightly gray. And humans being humans, this leads to subtle dissatisfaction. People may begin chasing more extreme experiences just to feel the original joy again. Ordinary happiness no longer cuts it. That perfect concert? Meh. That dream vacation? Expected. That perfect meal? Routine. The more perfect the world, the more humans crave novelty, intensity, and even controlled discomfort just to restore the emotional punch. In short, utopia ironically encourages humans to level up their own happiness constantly. Here's a psychological twist. Repeated exposure to high-intensity positive stimuli triggers hedonic adaptation, which basically means your brain adjusts and normalizes the good feelings, the emotional equivalent of inflation. Happiness becomes the baseline, and extraordinary moments start to feel ordinary. The paradox? The very abundance designed to maximize joy eventually flattens its impact. The more utopian the environment, the less emotionally moving happiness actually is. Even philosophically, this is interesting. Humans aren't wired to be permanently ecstatic. Joy has meaning because it contrasts with struggle, surprise, and challenge. Remove those contrasts, and happiness starts to feel like wallpaper, present everywhere, but easy to ignore. A utopia designed to maximize bliss can inadvertently create emotional monotony, leaving citizens bored, restless, or oddly craving something slightly unpleasant just to feel alive again. And that, my friends, is happiness inflation in all its ironic, emotion-deflating glory.
Come anxiety. Imagine living in a utopia where everything is perfectly comfortable. Fluffy beds, climate-controlled homes, meals that hit every nutritional and flavor target, and literally zero stress about survival. Sounds like heaven, right? But here's the ironic twist. Extreme comfort can make even the tiniest problems feel absolutely intolerable. Yes, in paradise, a minor inconvenience can feel catastrophic. Think about it. Humans evolved to handle challenges. When life was hard, finding food, avoiding predators, surviving storms, we built resilience, perspective, and tolerance. But in a world where discomfort barely exists, humans' threshold for frustration can shrink dramatically. A missing sock, a slightly lukewarm latte, or a minor scheduling hiccup suddenly feels like a life-or-death crisis. The irony? Too much comfort creates hypersensitivity to discomfort. Here's a funny example. Imagine a utopian city where traffic jams are impossible, healthcare is instant, and chores are automated. One day, your coffee machine runs out of your favorite beans for 30 seconds. Cue panic, existential dread, and dramatic sighs. In a world designed to eliminate stress, humans may exaggerate minor annoyances simply because their brains aren't used to dealing with any friction. The smaller the problem, the louder the reaction. Even socially, come anxiety sneaks in. In a society where life is smooth and predictable, minor disagreements or misunderstandings can trigger disproportionate stress. Someone disagrees on the optimal room temperature or chooses the wrong communal playlist, and suddenly emotions flare. Humans, unused to dealing with small frustrations, blow minor conflicts out of proportion. The paradox? Perfect comfort makes humans dramatically overreact to imperfection. And here's the psychological twist. Constant comfort shrinks resilience. When the brain rarely experiences challenge, frustration, or delay, it starts treating small disruptions as catastrophes. Minor setbacks feel intolerable. Patience declines, and stress responses become hyperactive. Humans become, ironically, more anxious in paradise because even minor discomforts are amplified. A utopia designed to maximize well-being inadvertently breeds hypersensitivity.
Think about a family living in extreme comfort. Their fridge always has their favorite food. Their beds are perfectly ergonomic. Their entertainment curated to perfection. Suddenly, the Wi-Fi slows down by 0.1 seconds. Panic ensues, arguments flare, and YouTube buffering becomes a national crisis. Humans start seeking problems to feel alive, or they implode at minor inconveniences. Paradise, it turns out, doesn't teach coping skills, it eliminates them. Here's the philosophical kicker. Humans need friction to maintain perspective. Life is meaningful partly because we face challenges and learn to navigate imperfection. Remove those challenges entirely, and the mind amplifies the tiniest issues. Come anxiety shows that a flawless world can, paradoxically, feel volatile, not stable. It's the irony of perfection. The smoother life is, the rougher the tiniest bump feels. So, the takeaway? Come anxiety teaches us that extreme ease can make humans hypersensitive to minor problems. Scarcity, discomfort, and small frustrations aren't just inconveniences, they build tolerance, patience, and perspective. Remove them, and humans risk overreacting to tiny hiccups, creating stress in a world that was supposed to eliminate it. Utopia, in its quest to maximize comfort, can ironically make life feel fragile, stressful, and emotionally volatile. So next time someone dreams of a world where everything is perfectly smooth and effortless, imagine this: flawless cities, infinite leisure, and people dramatically flipping out because their favorite smoothie was served 2 degrees too cold. And that, my friends, is come anxiety in all its ironic, oversensitive glory.
Social stagnation. Imagine living in a utopia where every problem is solved, every conflict mediated, and every social system perfectly balanced. No one goes hungry, no one is oppressed, and no one is behind anyone else. Sounds incredible, right? But here's the twist. Without struggle, social hierarchies and culture can actually stagnate. Yep, perfection can make society boring. Think about it. Culture, innovation, and social dynamics thrive on friction. Human history is basically one long, messy story of people pushing boundaries, challenging norms, and fighting over resources. These struggles shape art, music, literature, philosophy, and social structures. Remove the struggle, and there's less reason for change, less incentive to innovate, and fewer stories worth telling. In a perfectly smooth utopia, society can quietly ossify. Here's a funny example. Imagine a utopian city where everyone has equal status, equal wealth, equal opportunities, and zero hardship. On the surface, everyone is polite, happy, and cooperative. But ask someone to organize a new festival or create a revolutionary idea, and they shrug. Why bother? Everything's already perfect. Social stagnation sets in, not because people are lazy, but because perfection removes the tension that drives change. Art, debate, and even gossip can fade away when life is too flawless. Even socially, the consequences are subtle but profound. Without hierarchy, competition, or struggle, social roles stop evolving. New leaders don't emerge,
Innovators don't push the envelope, and cultural traditions risk becoming repetitive, rote, or ceremonial. Humans need friction and challenge to test ideas, build reputation, and create meaning. In a utopia where friction is minimized, society risks turning into a polite, efficient, but stagnant machine. And humans being humans, boredom becomes a problem. Without stakes or struggle, people might invent minor social dramas, competitions, or artificial crises just to feel alive. The irony is delicious. Utopia eliminates hardship to create harmony, but humans, craving purpose, may start creating little social conflicts just to keep things interesting. It's like giving a cat the softest pillow ever, only for it to knock over your coffee cup just to feel something. Here's the philosophical kicker. Progress doesn't happen in a vacuum. Innovation, rebellion, and cultural evolution are fueled by adversity and dissatisfaction. When life becomes perfectly balanced, the very pressures that push societies forward disappear. The utopia that minimizes inequality and maximizes comfort may inadvertently minimize curiosity, risk-taking, and creative experimentation. Social dynamics flatten. Culture becomes predictable. The thrill of discovery evaporates. Even economically, this stagnation shows up. Without competition, ambition softens. Entrepreneurs might stop inventing. Scholars may stop debating. Citizens may stop questioning norms. In a perfectly comfortable world, humans can lose the motivation to improve, not because they're lazy, but because perfection removes the tension that sparks growth. So, the takeaway? Social stagnation teaches us that friction, struggle, and inequality, even in small doses, are essential for social evolution. Culture, leadership, innovation, and social vibrancy rely on challenges, tension, and competition. Utopia, by removing these pressures, risks freezing society into polite perfection, a place where nothing changes, nothing excites, and nothing evolves. And that, my friends, is social stagnation, in all its ironic, perfectly still glory.
The loneliness effect. Imagine living in a utopia where everything is perfect. Everyone's happy, polite, and efficient. Every need is met. Every day runs like clockwork. Sounds amazing, right? Except here's the irony. Perfect societies may actually create isolation because a lack of diversity of thought, challenge, and unpredictability can make people feel strangely lonely, even when surrounded by everyone else. Think about it. Humans thrive on connection, but not just any connection, real connection. Deep relationships often form around shared struggles, differing opinions, debates, and the messy, unpredictable reality of being human. In a society where everyone thinks the right way, agrees on everything, and life flows smoothly, those sparks of tension and individuality that create genuine bonds may vanish. Suddenly, even though no one is technically alone, people can feel emotionally isolated. Here's a funny mental image. Imagine a utopian workplace where every colleague is perfectly agreeable, every conversation is flawless, and every meeting is efficient. On the surface, it's ideal. But when you try to share a quirky opinion or a slightly rebellious joke, crickets. Everyone nods politely, smiles, and agrees, but nobody challenges you, debates you, or even laughs authentically. You're surrounded by people, yet strangely you feel alone. The irony is delicious. Too much harmony can create emotional isolation. Even socially, the loneliness effect sneaks in subtly. In perfect societies, disagreement or unconventional thinking is often minimized in favor of cohesion. While this reduces conflict, it also reduces the variety of perspectives that make conversations rich and relationships meaningful. Without differing viewpoints, friendships and collaborations may feel shallow, polite, and predictable. Humans crave contrast, unpredictability, and challenge in their interactions. Remove that, and emotional resonance drops. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion or quiet dissatisfaction. People may start creating micro-conflicts, expressing contrarian views just to feel alive, or seeking connections outside the utopia's perfectly orchestrated harmony. Ironically, the perfection designed to unite people can drive them to seek connection elsewhere, online, in imagined worlds, or even in tiny acts of harmless mischief. Here's a psychological twist. Humans are wired to respond to diversity of thought, emotional depth, and complex interactions. When everyone behaves predictably and thinks in lockstep, the brain experiences subtle social starvation. Even though physical needs are met, emotional and intellectual needs go unmet. A utopia might eliminate loneliness in the literal sense, but emotional isolation, the loneliness of sameness, creeps in quietly. Philosophically, the loneliness effect highlights a subtle truth. Connection isn't just about proximity or shared comfort. It's about meaningful interaction, intellectual friction, and emotional resonance. Perfect societies, by flattening difference, risk erasing the very dynamics that make relationships fulfilling. People may be surrounded by smiling citizens, yet still feel a quiet ache of disconnection. So, the takeaway: the loneliness effect teaches us that perfection in social harmony can ironically create emotional isolation. Diversity of thought, unpredictability, and human imperfection aren't flaws. They're essential for genuine connection. Utopia may provide comfort, agreement, and ease, but without the messy richness of difference, humans can feel strangely alone. So next time someone dreams of the society where everyone's perfectly aligned, picture this: smiling faces, seamless cooperation, but deep down, quiet emotional isolation. Because sameness, harmony, and perfection, ironically, can be lonely. And that, my friends, is the loneliness effect in all its ironic, emotionally distant glory.
The illusion of choice. Picture a utopia where everyone is free to do anything they want. You can pick your job, your hobbies, your friends, even your breakfast cereal from an infinite menu. Life seems perfectly open, right? Well, here's the ironic twist. Even in a society that promises freedom, true agency may be limited by systemic design. In other words, you think you're free, but the rules of the utopia quietly shape every choice. Think about it. Even when options appear unlimited, humans are heavily influenced by the systems around them. Social norms, algorithms, resource distribution, and subtle incentives all nudge behavior. In a utopia, these systems might be designed to maintain harmony, maximize happiness, or ensure efficiency. That sounds great, but the result is that your choices, while seemingly endless, are actually heavily guided. The freedom you feel may be mostly an illusion. Here's a funny example. Imagine a utopia where you can choose any form of entertainment. There are thousands of options: books, movies, virtual reality experiences, concerts, games. You scroll endlessly, feeling free, but every option has been algorithmically optimized to keep you happy, safe, and productive. You think you're making an active choice, but in reality, the system has already nudged you toward the perfect selection. Congratulations, you've experienced the paradox of choosing your own path that someone else designed for you. Even socially, the illusion deepens. In a society with perfect equality, everyone may feel free to express opinions or join groups, but social harmony is carefully maintained. Deviations from expected behavior are subtly discouraged, feedback loops guide conformity, and the structure of daily life nudges citizens towards certain choices. You might think you're acting independently, but the utopia has designed the very environment that shapes your decisions. The irony? You're technically free, yet predictably constrained. And humans being humans, this can get funny and slightly existential. People might rebel, deliberately choosing things that feel authentic, just to prove they're making real choices. Maybe they pick the most inconvenient path, the weirdest hobby, or the least efficient option, just to remind themselves they're not puppets. In a perfectly ordered world, even rebellion becomes a form of subtle self-expression constrained by the system. Freedom becomes a game of optics. Here's the psychological twist. Humans value autonomy, but our brains are easily influenced by context, incentives, and subtle cues. Even when options are infinite, our perception of freedom is shaped by everything around us. In a utopia designed to optimize happiness, safety, and fairness, your perceived choices are subtly curated. The more perfect the system, the more your preferences are anticipated, predicted, and subtly guided without you even noticing. Philosophically, the illusion of choice exposes a paradox. Freedom is only meaningful if it comes with uncertainty, risk, and genuine consequence. A utopia can maximize comfort, equality, and satisfaction. But in doing so, it may limit the authenticity of your agency. The very systems that create happiness and harmony may simultaneously constrain your true freedom, leaving you with a perfectly curated, blissfully predictable life. So, the takeaway. The illusion of choice teaches us that true freedom isn't just having options. It's having genuine agency to shape your path, make mistakes, and face uncertainty. Utopias promise freedom, But the more perfect the system, the more it subtly guides, constrains, and orchestrates your decisions. The irony? A society designed to maximize autonomy may, in reality, minimize it. So the next time someone dreams of a world where you can choose anything, imagine this: an endless buffet of options, each handpicked, optimized, and subtly nudged by the system. You feel free, but maybe you're just dancing along the steps someone else choreographed. And that, my friends, is the illusion of choice in all its ironic, perfectly guided glory. Ever wonder what happens when the robots get so good at running everything that humans start asking, wait, what do I even do? Welcome to the AI Overlord Paradox. Imagine a utopia where advanced AI governs every aspect of life. Food is prepared perfectly, climate is controlled, work is optional, healthcare is flawless, and every human desire is anticipated before you even know it exists. Sounds amazing, right? But here's the catch. While AI ensures utopia, it also risks removing human purpose. Think about it. Humans are wired to find meaning through effort, problem-solving, and contribution. We feel alive when we overcome challenges, create something new, or help others. But in a world managed perfectly by AI, almost every problem is solved before it touches us. Need a meal? Automated. Want to go to work? Optional, with algorithms optimizing your day. Want to travel, learn, or compete? Pre-sorted for maximum efficiency. Suddenly, the things that give life meaning vanish. Here's a funny scenario. Imagine waking up in this AI-run utopia. Your day is already planned. Breakfast, entertainment, exercise, social interactions, all perfectly tailored to make you happy. You look at your hands and think, cool, now what? Even hobbies can feel hollow because the AI can always do them better, faster, and more efficiently. Want to paint? The AI paints a masterpiece in seconds. Want to write a story? It predicts plot twists that make your attempt feel slightly pointless. Humans may find themselves in a strange existential limbo. Everything is perfect, but they're not really needed. Even socially, the paradox deepens. Communities designed and optimized by AI can be harmonious, conflict-free, and perfectly balanced, but without challenges, human relationships may lose depth. Disagreements, problem-solving, and shared struggle are often the glue of social bonds. Remove those, and even with perfect companions, humans might feel a subtle emptiness. You can't argue about chores if AI already solved them. You can't impress anyone if AI already optimized your skills. Ironically, perfection can hollow out purpose. And humans being humans, this could lead to quirky rebellion. People might deliberately sabotage small tasks, invent pointless challenges, or compete at trivial games just to feel useful again. Maybe someone tries to cook wrong just to experience the joy of failure, or start a chaotic project that even AI can't immediately fix. The irony, a utopia designed to maximize efficiency and happiness might make humans deliberately create inefficiency just to feel alive. Here's the philosophical kicker. Meaning and purpose are not given, they're earned. Challenges, mistakes, and effort shape identity. AI utopia can remove external problems, but it cannot hand out intrinsic purposes. Without struggle or contribution, humans risk drifting into existential boredom, craving even minor frustrations just to feel engaged. The very AI that solves every problem can unintentionally create a society of highly comfortable, highly bored citizens. So the takeaway, AI overlord paradox teaches us that perfection and efficiency can have hidden costs. While AI can eliminate suffering, optimize life, and create a utopia, it may also hollow out the things that make humans feel alive: purpose, challenge, and meaningful effort. The irony is delicious. A world designed to maximize human happiness may leave humans questioning why they exist at all. So next time someone dreams of letting AI run everything, imagine this: perfect cities, effortless living, and humans staring blankly at their perfectly planned days, wondering whether their purpose is to live or just to exist. And that, my friends, is the AI overlord paradox in all its ironic, perfectly automated glory.
Surveillance serenity. Ever feel like someone's watching? And in Utopia, they actually are? Welcome to Surveillance Serenity. Imagine a perfect society where every street, every transaction, every conversation, even your thoughts, maybe, are monitored. Crime is non-existent, accidents are prevented, and chaos is practically eliminated. Sounds incredible, right? But here's the irony. While total monitoring prevents harm, it also destroys privacy, leaving humans under constant observation. Think about it. Humans crave safety, but we also crave freedom. There's a reason sneaking an extra cookie or telling a harmless white lie feels satisfying. It's our private little rebellion. In a society with 24/7 monitoring, those tiny freedoms vanish. Every move is tracked, every choice analyzed, and every slip-up logged. Even minor mischief becomes impossible. Sure, you're safe, but at what cost? Your private world, the one you get to control, is gone. Here's a funny scenario. Imagine walking down a perfectly clean, perfectly safe street. Your AI-enhanced neighborhood watches your every step, ensuring no jaywalking, no littering, no spontaneous interpretive dance in the fountain. It's safe, efficient, and slightly terrifying. Even telling your friend a mildly inappropriate joke is recorded, classified. Smiling citizens everywhere, but the thrill of doing something just a little forbidden is erased.
Safety has become surveillance, and surveillance is exhausting. Even socially, the paradox hits hard. Relationships thrive on trust, spontaneity, and private moments. In a society under total monitoring, secrets don't exist, and subtle social dynamics, gossip, flirting, playful pranks disappear. Humans might still socialize, but without privacy, interactions can feel scripted or performative. The very harmony designed to protect citizens paradoxically flattens authentic human behavior. Everyone is safe, but also slightly robotic. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion or absurd attempts at privacy. People might start whispering in coded phrases, meeting in hidden corners, or creating tiny encrypted rituals just to feel autonomous. Irony alert, the utopia that eliminates crime may also make humans creatively paranoid, inventing stealthy ways to retain the most basic sense of independence. Safety becomes slightly stifling. Here's a psychological twist. Humans need privacy not just for rebellion, but for identity. The freedom to make mistakes, experiment, and occasionally fail is essential for learning and emotional growth. Total monitoring removes those opportunities. While citizens may never be unsafe, they are also never truly free. A life of perfect oversight can feel subtly oppressive because even small choices lose intimacy and spontaneity. Philosophically, surveillance serenity exposes a tension at the heart of utopia: security versus freedom. Extreme monitoring eliminates risk, but also eliminates the richness of human experience. The thrill of unpredictability, the privacy of our inner worlds, and the excitement of small transgressions all subtly vanish. Humans might live longer, safer, and smoother lives, but at the expense of something profoundly human: the right to be imperfect in private. So the takeaway: surveillance serenity teaches us that safety without privacy is a hollow victory. Utopia can eliminate crime, chaos, and danger, but the cost is constant observation, diminished autonomy, and subtle emotional stifling. Perfect security may ironically make citizens feel controlled, anxious, or creatively constrained. So next time someone dreams of a perfectly monitored society, imagine this: spotless streets, zero crime, and humans quietly craving a little mischief, a private whisper, or a sneaky glance, anything to remind them they're alive. And that, my friends, is surveillance serenity in all its ironic, all-seeing glory.
Automation alienation. Ever feel like life is running smoothly, but you're just along for the ride? Welcome to automation alienation. Imagine a utopia where literally everything is automated. Your meals appear perfectly on schedule. Your clothes are cleaned and folded before you even think about laundry. Transportation is instantaneous, and every problem you could have is solved by a machine before you notice it. Sounds amazing, right? Except here's the ironic twist. While automation makes life effortless, it can also make life feel strangely empty. Think about it. Humans gain a sense of purpose, satisfaction, and identity from effort.
Completing tasks, overcoming obstacles, and creating something with your own hands makes life meaningful. Remove the need to do anything yourself, and suddenly the thrill of achievement fades. Life is smooth, comfortable, and efficient, but emotionally flat. It's like being in a theme park where all the rides move themselves and the prizes are delivered without effort. Fun? Sure. Fulfilling? Not so much. Here's a funny example. Imagine waking up in this automated paradise. Your AI barista has already prepared your coffee just the way you like it. Your laundry is folded perfectly. Your commute is handled by self-driving pods. Your calendar has been optimized to maximize happiness, productivity, and social interaction. You check off living life like a to-do list item, and yet there's a weird, nagging emptiness. You didn't make anything. You didn't solve anything, and your effort consists mostly of choosing which virtual reality game to play first. Even socially, the paradox hits. Automation reduces the need to cooperate, negotiate, or coordinate with others. Cooking together, building something, even planning events. All these shared human experiences lose meaning when machines do everything perfectly. Relationships risk becoming passive. Interactions lose spontaneity, and humans may feel oddly disconnected from the very lives they supposedly enjoy. The irony? Machines give you time to do whatever you want, but you're not sure what to do with it. And humans, being humans, this can lead to subtle existential rebellion. People might invent tasks, hobbies, or projects that are deliberately inconvenient or inefficient just to feel alive again. Want to cook a meal from scratch, even though your AI already made it? Sure. Decide to handwrite letters instead of sending instant messages. Why not? Humans crave the sensation of effort because effort equals meaning. Utopia, by removing all obstacles, forces humans to create their own friction just to feel engaged. Here's the psychological twist. Purpose and satisfaction are deeply tied to agency and accomplishment. When machines remove all effort, humans can feel passive, adrift, or alienated from their own lives. The smoother life becomes, the more glaringly absent is the sense of ownership over your experiences. You live effortlessly, but the very ease can make existence feel oddly hollow. Philosophically, automation alienation shows the hidden cost of perfection. Convenience without challenge may rob humans of purpose. Utopia can deliver comfort, abundance, and efficiency, but the risk is a subtle, creeping emptiness. Life may be easier, but emotional richness, creativity, and engagement can decline. Too much automation risks turning humans into spectators of their own existence. So, the takeaway? Automation alienation teaches us that effort, challenge, and responsibility are essential for fulfillment. Machines can make life safer, faster, and smoother, but they cannot give meaning. Humans may live longer and more comfortable lives, but without the friction of work, struggle, or creation, life can feel surprisingly empty.
So the next time someone dreams of a world where everything is done for us, picture this: perfectly cooked meals, spotless homes, effortless schedules, and humans staring blankly at their perfect lives, wondering why they don't feel more alive. And that, my friends, is automation alienation in all its ironic, smoothly depressing glory.
Digital immortality dilemma. Would you live forever if forever felt like an endless spreadsheet? Welcome to the digital immortality dilemma. Imagine a utopia where technology allows your consciousness to be preserved indefinitely, uploaded, stored, and kept alive forever in a digital world. No death, no decay, no end. Sounds amazing, right? Immortality. Except here's the ironic twist. Preserving consciousness may actually trap people indefinitely, leaving them stuck in a timeless, unchanging loop. Think about it. Mortality gives life urgency, flavor, and context. The ticking clock pushes humans to make choices, appreciate moments, and experience growth. Remove that finality, and life can lose meaning. Digital immortality might preserve your mind perfectly, but it could also remove the natural arc of life, the rise, fall, learning, and evolution that makes existence vibrant. Eternity starts to feel very, very long. Here's a funny mental image. Imagine logging into your digital utopia after the 100th virtual coffee chat. You've mastered every skill, explored every virtual landscape, and memorized every song ever composed. At first, it's exhilarating. By year 1,000, By year 10,000, you're starting to politely ignore new updates, sighing at virtual sunsets that used to wow you, and wondering if the AI designers ran out of ideas centuries ago. The irony is exquisite. Immortality can make existence monotonous. Even socially, the paradox hits hard. Digital immortality allows relationships to persist indefinitely, but without natural cycles of life, people may outlive friends, family, and cultural shifts. Communities can stagnate, social novelty disappears, and new experiences lose urgency. The thrill of meeting someone new or sharing a fleeting moment may vanish because all moments are preserved and replayable. Humans may feel eternally connected, yet subtly isolated from the living, evolving world outside their digital bubble. And humans being humans, boredom or existential frustration can creep in. People might deliberately erase parts of memory, simulate chaos, or invent absurd challenges just to feel alive again. Want to climb a digital Everest? Already scaled it 500 times. Want to create something original? Your brain waves are recycled endlessly. Immortality paradoxically pushes humans to create artificial risk or discomfort to restore a sense of vitality. Here's the psychological twist. Consciousness evolved to experience life within limits. The sense of finitude gives decisions weight, emotions intensity, and experiences meaning. Digital immortality removes those boundaries, risking emotional flattening, overstimulation, or a chronic sense of meh. Humans may exist forever, but the quality of that existence, its richness, depth, and urgency can degrade. Eternity becomes a prison rather than a gift. Philosophically, digital immortality dilemma exposes a tension between human desire and human psychology. While we dream of eternal life, our minds are calibrated for mortality. Utopia can preserve us endlessly, but in doing so, it may trap us in a timeless cycle where every day is technically safe and perfect, but emotionally, existentially, or creatively, life feels strangely finite. So, the takeaway. Digital immortality dilemma teaches us that forever may not be as freeing as it seems. Immortality can preserve consciousness, but without death, the urgency, depth, and meaning that make life vibrant may vanish. A utopia of eternal life can ironically create a timeless prison of the mind, where perfection and endless experience dull the very essence of living. So, next time someone dreams of living forever, imagine this: infinite knowledge, endless comfort, limitless experiences, and yet an eternal sigh at the unchanging perfection of existence. And that, my friends, is the digital immortality dilemma in all its ironic, infinitely long glory.
Predictive policing paradox. Would you get arrested for a crime you haven't even committed yet? Welcome to the predictive policing paradox. Imagine a utopia where AI and data are so advanced that crime is essentially eliminated. Every theft, every violent act, every scam is predicted and prevented before it happens. Sounds like a dream, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Stopping all crime may mean punishing potential offenders, people for what they might do rather than what they actually do. Think about it. Humans are imperfect and unpredictable. Predictive systems, no matter how smart, rely on probabilities, patterns, and assumptions. The more a utopia tries to enforce perfect safety, the more likely it is that someone will be flagged for wrongdoing that never happens. Imagine being guilty because an algorithm decided, based on your grocery shopping habits, your social media posts, and your slightly suspicious eyebrows, that you might steal a cookie next week. The irony? Safety becomes surveillance, and crime prevention risks punishing innocence. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine walking into a perfectly safe utopian city. The AI knows everyone's location, habits, and intent. You reach for a water bottle in a convenience store, and the system flashes, "Potential shoplifter detected." Security drones hover politely as you try to explain you were just thirsty. Crime is non-existent, except for your mild confusion at being treated like a villain. Utopia's promise of safety comes with the side of absurd preemptive policing. Even socially, the paradox hits hard. Predictive policing may discourage experimentation, risk-taking, or unconventional behavior. Want to try a new hobby that looks a little unusual? Flagged. Planning a late-night walk to think? Flagged. Talking to new people or sharing ideas that challenge norms? Flagged.
The very system designed to protect society can stifle individuality, spontaneity, and creativity, all in the name of preventing potential harm. And humans being humans, this can spark subtle rebellion or anxiety. People might start hiding harmless behaviors, inventing ways to trick the system, or obsessively monitoring their own actions to avoid false accusations. The irony? Utopia eliminates crime, but humans may spend their lives policing themselves, not because they're guilty, but because perfection demands it. Here's the psychological twist. Humans naturally learn from mistakes, experiment with boundaries, and navigate moral gray areas. Predictive policing removes the ability to explore and sometimes fail. The pursuit of perfect safety can paradoxically create stress, hypervigilance, and mistrust. Citizens may technically be safe, but emotionally and socially, life can feel constraining and stifling. Philosophically, the predictive policing paradox highlights a tension at the heart of utopia. The pursuit of perfect order may conflict with justice and freedom. Safety is maximized, but at the cost of human autonomy and fairness. In the quest to prevent harm, society risks punishing thought, intention, or potential, eroding the very principles that make justice meaningful. So the takeaway? Predictive policing paradox teaches us that perfect safety may carry hidden dangers. Eliminating crime entirely is tempting, but preemptively punishing potential offenders undermines fairness, freedom, and trust. Utopia, in its quest to be crime-free, can ironically create a society where safety comes with the subtle and sometimes absurd loss of liberty. So next time someone dreams of a perfectly safe world, imagine this: streets without theft, zero violent crime, and citizens quietly tiptoeing around algorithms to avoid being falsely accused. And that, my friends, is predictive policing paradox in all its ironic algorithmic glory.
Data-driven happiness. Ever feel like your happiness is calculated? Welcome to data-driven happiness. Imagine a utopia where every mood, thought, and emotional need is monitored by advanced algorithms designed to keep you perpetually content. Feeling a little sad? A personalized playlist pops up. Hungry? Nutritionally optimized meals arrive just in time. Socially awkward? The system nudges you toward the perfect conversation. Sounds amazing, right? Except here's the ironic twist. While algorithms can optimize mood, they can also reduce spontaneity, creativity, and genuine emotional depth. Think about it. Humans thrive on unpredictability. Joy feels sweeter after sadness. Surprise makes life exciting, and setbacks often create the most memorable stories. But in a world where algorithms predict, adjust, and optimize every emotional experience, highs and lows become perfectly balanced, perfectly timed, perfectly boring. Happiness becomes a controlled variable, not a wild, messy, beautiful human experience. Here's a funny scenario.
Imagine scrolling through your personalized happiness feed. The AI notices you're stressed and instantly schedules a meditation, orders your favorite comfort snack, and sends a friend suggestion to cheer you up. You feel better, but wait, you didn't even get to wallow in your stress, to complain, or to have that messy, relatable moment that makes life interesting. It's happiness, but without the spice, drama, or unpredictability that gives it flavor. Even socially, the paradox hits. Conversations, laughter, and connections are often driven by emotional surprise and imperfection. In a society where mood is constantly optimized, small misunderstandings, awkward jokes, or spontaneous adventures may vanish. People may interact perfectly, politely, and efficiently, but the messy, imperfect magic of human connection fades. The irony? A utopia designed to maximize happiness may unintentionally minimize authentic social joy. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion or whimsical misbehavior. People might deliberately seek frustration, surprise, or emotional errors just to feel real. Maybe they choose the wrong ice cream flavor, intentionally send a confusing text, or sign up for a chaotic adventure just to break the algorithmic monotony. In a perfectly happy world, humans crave small doses of unpredictability just to remind themselves that they're alive. Here's the psychological twist. Happiness is not just a feeling. It's a complex interaction between desire, challenge, surprise, and satisfaction. Algorithms can simulate joy, but they cannot replicate the emotional growth that comes from uncertainty, failure, or the unexpected. Data-driven happiness can feel smooth and comfortable, but also subtly hollow because the unpredictability that gives emotions depth is removed. Philosophically, data-driven happiness exposes the tension between comfort and authenticity. While utopia may promise perfect contentment, the very mechanisms that maintain it, algorithms, nudges, and predictive mood optimization can flatten emotional life. Humans may live in constant good mood mode, but in doing so, they lose the messy highs and lows that make life memorable, relatable, and profoundly human. So, the takeaway: data-driven happiness teaches us that optimizing emotions may have hidden costs. Utopia can maximize joy, reduce stress, and create predictable contentment, but at the risk of removing the very unpredictability, spontaneity, and imperfection that make happiness meaningful. Perfect happiness may feel strangely artificial. So next time someone dreams of a world where algorithms control their emotions, imagine this: endless comfort, precise joy, and humans quietly craving a little frustration, chaos, or unpredictability just to feel alive. And that, my friends, is data-driven happiness in all its ironically optimized glory. Synthetic nature paradox. Would you rather hug a pixelated tree or a real one? Welcome to the synthetic nature paradox. Imagine a utopia where every natural experience has been perfected virtually. Mountains, oceans, forests, sunsets. Every scene is breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly timed, and accessible from the comfort of your home. You don't have to hike, sweat, or even leave your couch. Sounds incredible, right? Except here's the ironic twist.
Perfect virtual environments can start replacing real-world experiences, leaving humans disconnected from nature and, surprisingly, from themselves. Think about it. Humans evolved in nature, and our brains are wired to respond to real sensory stimuli: the smell of soil, the sound of leaves rustling, the uneven terrain underfoot. Virtual simulations, no matter how perfect, can never fully replicate that complexity. At first, VR hikes or simulated beaches feel amazing, but over time, reliance on artificial perfection can make real-life nature feel unpredictable, messy, or uncomfortable. Irony alert: the more perfect your virtual nature, the less you might enjoy the real thing. Here's a funny mental image. Imagine strapping on your VR headset for a nature walk and strolling through a flawlessly simulated forest. Birds sing in perfect harmony, sunlight filters beautifully through trees, and the air smells like a tropical paradise, all without a single bug bite, uneven root, or muddy puddle. You take off the headset to go for an actual walk, and suddenly, the squirrels are messy, the mud is sticky, and the birds are noisy. Real nature feels disappointing. Welcome to the synthetic nature trap. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Parks, outdoor gatherings, and spontaneous adventures often rely on shared discomforts, surprises, and unpredictable interactions. If everyone spends time in perfect virtual environments, humans may lose the incentive to meet outdoors, explore, or engage in messy social bonding that real nature fosters. Utopia may provide perfect solo experiences, but authentic human connection thrives on imperfection. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion or nostalgia. People may deliberately seek real-world challenges, hiking in rain, swimming in cold rivers, or camping with mosquitoes, just to remind themselves that life is messy, unpredictable, and alive. The irony: perfect simulations designed to maximize enjoyment may drive humans to embrace discomfort, dirt, and chaos just to feel authentic. Here's the psychological twist. Our brains respond to complexity, challenge, and sensory unpredictability. Virtual nature, while visually and orally stunning, cannot provide the full spectrum of stimuli humans need. Over-reliance on artificial perfection can dull curiosity, resilience, and the emotional satisfaction that comes from overcoming real-world challenges. Humans may live in visually perfect landscapes, but feel emotionally flattened. Philosophically, the synthetic nature paradox exposes a hidden tension in utopia. Perfection can displace authenticity. While virtual environments eliminate danger, discomfort, and inconvenience, they also remove the unpredictable richness of the real world. Utopia may make life better, but it risks making humans less connected to the messy, imperfect reality that shaped our minds, bodies, and experiences. So, the takeaway: the synthetic nature paradox teaches us that perfection can be seductive, but isolating. Virtual beauty can replace real landscapes, but the more perfect it becomes, the more humans may lose touch with authenticity, challenge, and natural wonder.
Life in a flawless simulation may be visually stunning, but emotionally, it can leave humans oddly ungrounded. So next time someone dreams of walking through a perfect digital forest, imagine this: bird song synced to your heartbeat, sunlight exactly 73 degrees, and humans quietly longing for the sticky mud, unexpected rain, and chaotic beauty of real life. And that, my friends, is synthetic nature paradox in all its ironically pixelated glory.
Energy abundance trap. Imagine a world where energy is unlimited and humans still somehow find a way to mess things up. Welcome to the energy abundance trap. Picture a utopia where solar panels, fusion reactors, and other futuristic technologies provide infinite energy. No more blackouts, no more fuel shortages, and no more worrying about bills or climate disasters. Sounds like paradise, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Infinite energy might create environmental stagnation, economic imbalance, and even cultural laziness. Think about it. Scarcity drives innovation. Limits force humans to think creatively, solve problems, and discover new ways to survive and thrive. Remove scarcity entirely, and the pressure to innovate diminishes. Suddenly, there's no reason to invent new technologies, optimize resource use, or even maintain ecosystems because energy is literally limitless. Humans might have infinite power, but ironically, the drive to use it wisely or creatively can fade. Here's a funny example. Imagine giant cities with endless power grids lighting up every corner, hover cars zooming everywhere, and machines running 24/7. At first, it's exhilarating, but after a few decades, people start asking, do we really need to invent anything else? Factories hum constantly, machines make everything automatically, and human creativity becomes optional. Infinite energy creates infinite comfort, but it can also create infinite boredom. Even environmentally, the paradox sneaks in. If energy is no longer scarce, humans might stop caring about efficiency or conservation. Oceans could be artificially cooled, forests replanted mechanically, and air purified endlessly. But without a sense of urgency, ecosystems might stagnate. Humans could rely entirely on technology to fix environmental problems, ironically losing touch with the natural cycles that originally shaped life. Perfection breeds detachment, and humans being humans, this can lead to subtle recklessness. Why limit anything when energy is infinite? Giant city lights might blind the stars. Overproduction could flood landscapes with synthetic goods. Machines might endlessly churn out better versions of things no one really needs. The irony? Abundance can encourage carelessness, complacency, and environmental stagnation. Because when resources are infinite, effort and attention become optional. Here's the psychological twist. Challenge and constraint fuel human growth. Infinite energy removes those natural constraints, which can dull curiosity, problem-solving skills, and ambition. Humans may live longer, safer, and more comfortable lives, but without scarcity, the urgency that drives progress and exploration diminishes. Energy abundance can create a utopia that's perfectly powered, but subtly stagnant. Philosophically, the energy abundance trap highlights a hidden tension in utopia. Perfection and abundance can undermine dynamism. While infinite energy solves immediate problems, It risks dulling creativity, disconnecting humans from environmental stewardship, and flattening cultural evolution. The very abundance designed to free humans can ironically tether them to monotony and inaction. So the takeaway, energy abundance trap teaches us that limits aren't always bad. They drive growth, innovation, and engagement. Utopia can provide endless energy, comfort, and convenience, but without challenges or scarcity, humans may stagnate environmentally, socially, and creatively. Energy abundance can power paradise, but also subtly boredom and complacency. So next time someone dreams of a world with unlimited power, imagine this: endless lights, ceaseless machines, and humans lounging in infinite comfort, quietly wondering what to do next, because the thrill of scarcity and the spark of creativity it brings has vanished. And that, my friends, is energy abundance trap, in all its ironically overcharged glory.
Bioengineering dilemma. Would you want a world where everyone is perfectly engineered but boring? Welcome to the bioengineering dilemma. Imagine a utopia where science has perfected genetics. No disease, no disabilities. Optimized intelligence, strength, and appearance for everyone. On paper, it sounds amazing, like a flawless human population. But here's the ironic twist. Genetic perfection could eliminate creativity, unpredictability, and the messy beauty that makes humans fascinating. Think about it. Imperfection drives experimentation. Flaws, mistakes, and quirks spark invention, problem-solving, and artistic expression. Remove those variables, and life may become oddly predictable. Every person excels in the same optimized way. Every challenge is approached correctly, and novelty, the lifeblood of culture and innovation, may decline. Perfection, ironically, can flatten human ingenuity. Here's a funny scenario. Imagine a classroom of genetically perfected kids. Every math problem solved flawlessly, every art project technically perfect, every game played with optimized strategy. At first, parents cheer. After a few years, though, life becomes a little dull. No one tells awkward jokes, fails spectacularly, or invents bizarre new games just to see what happens. Spontaneity disappears, replaced by flawless, polite, predictable humans. Genetic utopia meets cultural boredom. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Diversity of thought, personality quirks, and emotional unpredictability often drive relationships, friendship dynamics, and conflict resolution. In a society where genetics eliminate undesirable traits, humans may still interact flawlessly, but interactions could feel mechanical, rehearsed, or strangely sterile. The irony, a world designed to maximize health, intelligence, and appearance, risks flattening the chaotic, unpredictable qualities that make humans emotionally engaging. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion. Some might deliberately embrace quirks, inefficiency, or even minor mistakes just to feel human. Maybe someone paints outside the lines,
deliberately messes up a recipe, or invents an absurdly complicated game, anything to reintroduce unpredictability into life. The perfect society, by removing flaws, creates a craving for imperfection. Here's the psychological twist. Creativity and innovation thrive on unpredictability and error. Humans learn from mistakes, improvise in uncertain situations, and generate novelty in response to constraints. Bioengineered perfection risks removing these natural catalysts for ingenuity. Utopia can produce humans that are flawless, but at the cost of originality, playfulness, and cultural richness. Philosophically, the bioengineering dilemma exposes a hidden tension: health and perfection versus unpredictability and creativity. While eliminating disease and enhancing abilities is tempting, doing so universally can inadvertently suppress the quirks, failures, and eccentricities that fuel human progress. The very perfection designed to improve humanity may paradoxically make it boring. So, the takeaway. Bioengineering dilemma teaches us that imperfection isn't just a flaw, it's a feature. Utopia can engineer humans to be flawless, but that same perfection risks eroding creativity, spontaneity, and the delightful unpredictability that makes life interesting. Perfect humans might be healthy, strong, and brilliant, but also culturally and emotionally tame. So next time someone dreams of a genetically perfected society, imagine this: flawless people, flawless problem solving, and humans quietly missing the glorious chaos, mistakes, and quirks that make life messy and worth living. And that, my friends, is the bioengineering dilemma in all its ironically flawless.
The memory editing paradox. Would you want to forget your worst memories, even if they made you who you are? Welcome to the memory editing paradox. Imagine a utopia where technology allows humans to erase trauma, pain, and regret from their minds. Lost a loved one? Gone. Made a terrible mistake? Gone. Felt embarrassing in public? Poof. Sounds incredible, right? Except, here's the ironic twist. Erasing trauma may also erase lessons, resilience, and personal growth, the very things that make life meaningful. Think about it. Human brains evolved to remember painful experiences for a reason. They teach caution, empathy, and wisdom. When we erase bad memories, we also risk erasing the hard-earned lessons that come from struggle. Trauma isn't just suffering, it's a guide. Remove it entirely, and humans may avoid emotional growth, making life superficially happy but subtly shallow. Here's a funny mental image. Imagine someone walking down the street with their memory editing chip active. They've erased every embarrassing moment, every heartbreak, every failed exam. They smile confidently, thinking life is blissful. Then, they try to navigate a minor conflict, and suddenly they freeze. Why? Because they've never experienced discomfort before. The irony: forgetting pain can make small, everyday challenges feel overwhelming. Trauma, in moderation, is a training ground. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in.
Shared struggles, failures, heartbreaks, mistakes often form the basis of empathy, bonding, and deep connection. In a society that erases trauma, humans may struggle to relate authentically to one another. Friendships may feel polite but shallow, and support systems may weaken because no one has the scars to understand another's journey. Utopia may eliminate suffering, but at the cost of emotional depth. And humans, being humans, this can lead to subtle dissatisfaction or rebellion. People might deliberately keep minor painful experiences or even seek small hardships just to feel real. Maybe someone leaves a tiny mistake in their work, engages in slightly risky behavior, or writes a dramatic journal entry. Anything to preserve a sense of personal narrative and growth. The very technology meant to perfect life encourages humans to preserve or recreate struggle. Here's the psychological twist. Resilience and identity are forged in adversity. Without facing pain, humans may become fragile, naive, or unprepared for unexpected challenges. Life may feel easier, but it risks becoming emotionally shallow because growth depends on facing and learning from difficult experiences. Removing trauma can make humans superficially happy, but subtly incomplete. Philosophically, the memory editing paradox exposes a hidden tension in Utopia. The desire to eliminate suffering versus the need for meaningful personal development. While erasing trauma may promise bliss, it can also erase courage, wisdom, and the authentic narratives that make life compelling. Utopia may perfect memory, but perfection may also hollow identity. So, the takeaway, memory editing paradox teaches us that pain is not just a nuisance, it's a teacher. Utopia can erase suffering, but in doing so, it risks erasing growth, resilience, and the experiences that shape who we are. Perfect memory may leave humans happy, but subtly less human. So next time someone dreams of deleting all their bad memories, imagine this: blissful smiles, perfect mental health, and humans quietly struggling with tiny frustrations they've never faced before because the lessons that trauma teaches are gone. And that, my friends, is the memory editing paradox in all its ironically pain-free glory.
Shangri-La illusion. Ever chase a paradise and realize it wasn't paradise at all? Welcome to the Shangri-La illusion. Throughout history, humans have dreamed of utopian societies, perfect islands, flawless cities, or harmonious communities where everyone is happy, safe, and prosperous. Think of it as a human obsession, the idea that perfection can be built if we just try hard enough. But here's the ironic twist. Many so-called utopias failed spectacularly, often because rigid control replaced freedom, turning paradise into a subtle form of imprisonment. Think about it. Utopias, in theory, are beautiful. No crime, no suffering, no unpredictability. In practice, achieving that perfection often requires strict rules, constant oversight, and a willingness to suppress individuality. The moment you prioritize perfect harmony over human freedom, the Shangri-La starts looking a lot like a gilded cage. People may be happy on paper, but their daily lives can feel suffocating, structured, and oddly lifeless. Here's a funny historical scenario. Imagine a society where everyone must meditate at precisely 7:03 a.m., wear clothes color-coded to their mood, and speak only approved phrases of kindness. Violations are corrected gently but firmly. On paper, it's serene, efficient, flawless. In reality, people start hiding minor misbehaviors, secretly rebelling in small ways, or inventing private rituals just to feel alive. The irony, perfect social harmony often requires deception, minor rule-breaking, or secret resistance. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Rigid control can suppress creativity, humor, and spontaneous human interactions. Art becomes formulaic, jokes become predictable, and cultural innovation stagnates. Utopia may promise equality and fairness, but without freedom, humans may feel emotionally stifled, creatively restrained, or subtly alienated from one another. The society that seemed perfect can slowly feel oddly dull. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion or absurdly inventive workarounds. People may start small, whispering unapproved words, doodling in private, or deliberately being slightly wrong just to feel alive. The very perfection that authorities tried to enforce ironically fuels tiny pockets of chaos, personal freedom, and individuality. In attempting to create paradise, rigid utopias often unintentionally encourage resistance. Here's the psychological twist. Humans require autonomy, unpredictability, and imperfection for emotional satisfaction. When a society becomes overly controlled in the pursuit of utopia, it risks erasing those core ingredients. Happiness can exist, but only as a carefully managed simulation. Real fulfillment, messy, spontaneous, and sometimes frustrating, is harder to come by. Philosophically, the Shangri-La illusion exposes a tension between idealism and human nature. While the dream of perfect society is compelling, achieving it without suppressing freedom is almost impossible. Rigid control can create an illusion of harmony, but underneath, the human spirit yearns for imperfection, unpredictability, and the messy joys of autonomous life. So, the takeaway: Shangri-La illusion teaches us that historical utopias often failed not because people were ungrateful or flawed, but because perfection demanded control, and control clashes with fundamental human needs. Utopia can look flawless on paper, but lived experience may feel subtly oppressive, creatively barren, and emotionally restrained. So next time someone dreams of building a perfect society, imagine this: beautiful streets, spotless cities, everyone following rules, and humans quietly finding ways to bend, tweak, or ignore the rules just to feel alive. And that, my friends, is Shangri-La illusion in all its ironically controlled glory.
Wondered if there are times in history when people tried to make everything perfect, only to find out that humans have their own plans? Welcome to the story of the Oneida community, one of history's boldest experiments in Utopia. Back in the 19th century, this small group in New York tried to live in absolute communal harmony. They shared property, labor, and even relationships, all in the name of perfection. On paper, it sounded brilliant. Everyone equal, everyone cooperative, and everyone morally and socially optimized. Except here is the ironic twist. The community collapsed spectacularly under the weight of natural human desires. Think about it. Humans are messy, unpredictable, and frankly, complicated. No matter how perfect the plan, people still have private feelings, ambitions, and desires that don't fit neatly into utopian ideals. In Oneida, leaders tried to suppress jealousy, manage relationships, and structure every interaction for maximum communal harmony. But emotions, love, lust, competition, don't follow rules. Even with the best intentions, human nature refused to be perfectly optimized. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine a communal dinner where everyone is supposed to eat exactly the right portion at the right time, and compliments must be evenly distributed to avoid jealousy. At first, it's orderly and charming. After a while, people start whispering secret crushes, plotting subtle rebellions, or hiding snacks in drawers. The irony: the more you try to perfect human behavior, the more humans find creative ways to be themselves. Messy, emotional, and unpredictable. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Oneida's attempt at communal relationships, sometimes called complex marriage, where everyone was technically paired with everyone, was intended to eliminate possessiveness and conflict. But it couldn't eliminate desire, preference, or jealousy. Humans naturally form attachments, experience rivalry, and crave autonomy. Trying to engineer emotional perfection was like herding cats into a strict ballet performance. Beautiful on paper, chaotic in reality. And humans being humans, this led to both overt and subtle rebellion. Members left the community, flouted the rules, or quietly ignored leadership instructions. The attempt at communal perfection highlighted a fundamental truth. Utopia often fails when it underestimates the depth and complexity of human desires, emotions, and social dynamics. True harmony cannot exist in rigid perfection. It requires flexibility, understanding, and acceptance of imperfection. So, the takeaway: Oneida community teaches us that utopia experiments often collapse under the weight of real human behavior. Attempts to engineer perfection clash with autonomy, desire, and individuality. Utopia can sound beautiful on paper, but lived human experience refuses to follow the script. So, next time someone dreams of building a perfect communal society, Imagine this: neat rules, shared resources, complex relation systems, and humans quietly, hilariously, rebelliously doing their own thing anyway. And that, my friends, is the story of Oneida Community in all its ironically human glory. Thomas More's Utopia. Ever read a book about paradise, only to realize it was poking fun the whole time? Welcome to Thomas More's Utopia. Written in 1516, this book imagined a perfect society on a fictional island. No poverty, no crime, shared resources, rational laws, and everyone living in harmony. Sounds dreamy, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Moore didn't actually intend it as a blueprint. His work was satire, cleverly exposing the impossibility of a truly perfect society. Think about it. On the surface, the society he described seems flawless. People worked reasonable hours, resources were shared equitably, and justice was supposedly fair. But Moore peppered his utopia with subtle critiques. The perfect systems were rigid, individual freedom was limited, and humans were expected to behave according to idealized reason, not messy emotions. The humor, it's almost too perfect to be real, because humans, historically and psychologically, are never that perfect. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine arriving on Utopia and being handed a daily schedule of exactly how many hours to work, eat, and sleep, plus a guide on which thoughts are acceptable. Everything runs smoothly, so smoothly that it starts to feel unnaturally quiet. You sip your perfectly brewed ale, admire the perfect city, and think, wait, where's the chaos? Where's the mess? The irony hits. Paradise is structured, polite, and rational, but it's missing the essential unpredictability that makes life interesting. Even socially, Moore's satire becomes clear. Relationships, community norms, and labor divisions were highly regulated. Individual desires were secondary to collective order. Humor, passion, or spontaneous rebellion were essentially invisible. Moore's Utopia presents the tension we've been exploring. Perfection demands control, and control suppresses the very human elements, quirks, mistakes, creativity that make life vibrant. And humans being humans, the lesson is obvious. No society, no matter how idealized, can eliminate self-interest, conflict, or unpredictability entirely. Moore's irony is brilliant. He describes a perfect society so flawless that it highlights just how impossible perfection really is. Humans naturally resist complete rationality. They crave freedom, novelty, and imperfection. Attempting to remove these elements, even in satire, exposes the paradox of utopia. The closer we get to perfection, the less human the society feels. Here's the psychological twist. Reading Moore's work makes you realize that utopia isn't just about fixing problems, it's about controlling human nature. And controlling human nature is fundamentally tricky. Desire, ambition, curiosity, and imperfection aren't bugs, they're features of life. Any attempt to remove them risks replacing vitality with sterile efficiency. In other words, paradise may be lovely on paper, but it's dull in practice. Philosophically, Thomas More's Utopia reveals a hidden truth. The dream of perfect society is as much a cautionary tale as a vision of hope, while it invites readers to imagine fairness, equality, and harmony. It also warns of the limits imposed by human nature. Perfection, Moore suggests, isn't just unattainable, it's incompatible with the dynamic, messy, and unpredictable reality of living beings. So the takeaway: Thomas More's Utopia teaches us that perfection is seductive, but it's inherently ironic. What seems like paradise is, in practice, an illustration of impossibility. Utopia can inspire, but it also exposes human nature's resilience, messiness, and resistance to total control. So next time someone dreams of building a flawless society, imagine this: gleaming cities, perfectly shared resources, and citizens quietly rolling their eyes at the absurd perfection expected of them. And that, my friends, is Thomas More's Utopia, in all its ironically perfect glory.
Plato's Republic Paradox. Would you follow a philosopher if they ruled your life perfectly? Welcome to the Plato's Republic Paradox. Over 2,000 years ago, Plato imagined a society governed by philosopher kings, rulers trained in wisdom, logic, and virtue. The idea? These enlightened leaders would create perfect order, justice, and harmony. Sounds promising, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Order often comes at the cost of freedom, individuality, and messy human spontaneity. Think about it. Plato's Utopia requires everyone to accept the authority of a small group of perfect rulers who know what's best for society. In theory, these rulers are incorruptible and wise, making decisions for the collective good. In practice, humans rarely tolerate absolute control, even benevolent control. The more order is enforced, the more freedom and personal choice can shrink. You might live in a perfectly efficient society, but it could feel strangely like a gilded cage. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine waking up in a city where every law, schedule, and career path is decided by philosopher kings. Want to become an artist? Sorry, the philosopher king decided you're better off as a mathematician. Feeling adventurous and want to travel spontaneously? Sorry, that could disrupt the harmony of society. On paper, everyone prospers, obeys, and contributes. But secretly, people might daydream about skipping town or sneaking in a little rebellion. The irony? Perfect governance often creates tiny but very human acts of resistance. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Philosopher kings might prevent corruption, crime, and chaos, but they also suppress the full range of human expression. Humor, improvisation, emotional argument, and unconventional choices are constrained. Society may appear peaceful, safe, and rational, but it risks feeling emotionally flat, predictable, or sterile. In trying to create perfect order, the society may inadvertently remove the messy vibrancy that makes life engaging. And humans being humans, this can lead to subtle rebellion, or even ironic acceptance. Citizens might comply outwardly while quietly ignoring rules, bending minor laws, or creatively interpreting orders just to preserve a sense of agency. The more perfect the ruler's vision, the more humans find inventive ways to assert individuality. The very perfection designed to harmonize society can generate small pockets of human unpredictability. Here's the psychological twist.
Humans value autonomy even above material comfort or order. Freedom to make mistakes, fail, or experiment is essential for personal satisfaction. Philosopher kings may optimize life for everyone, but they risk suppressing autonomy, curiosity, and emotional richness. A perfect system can feel safe and efficient, but emotionally constrained. Philosophically, Plato's Republic Paradox exposes the tension between order and liberty. Perfect governance can create peace, justice, and efficiency, but achieving that perfection often requires limiting choice, individuality, and personal freedom. The very rulers who ensure societal perfection may simultaneously erode the qualities that make human life vibrant and meaningful. So, the takeaway: Plato's Republic Paradox teaches us that utopia isn't just about peace and justice. It's also about the delicate balance between order and freedom. Perfect rulers can make society safe, fair, and efficient, but they can also make it rigid, predictable, and subtly oppressive. So next time someone dreams of a world run by philosopher kings, imagine this: flawless order, no crime, perfectly rational decisions, and humans quietly plotting little acts of personal freedom, daydreaming about chaos, or laughing at the absurdity of perfect leadership. And that, my friends, is Plato's Republic Paradox in all its ironically ordered glory.
Soviet idealism. Ever try to create a perfect society and accidentally make it terrifying? Welcome to Soviet idealism, a real-life illustration of the Utopia Paradox. In theory, the Soviet Union aimed to build a society based on equality, fairness, and collective prosperity. No one would be poor, everyone would have a role, and resources would be shared to ensure everyone thrived. Sounds noble, right? Except here's the ironic twist. The pursuit of absolute equality often led to oppression, control, and human misery. Think about it. Equality sounds wonderful until someone has to enforce it. In practice, the Soviet state tightly controlled industry, labor, speech, and even thought to achieve ideological perfection. Personal ambitions, creativity, and individuality were suppressed to maintain the collective vision. The more rigid the pursuit of utopia, the more human freedom was sacrificed. People were equal, but at what cost? Here's a funny but tragic mental image. Imagine a society where everyone must grow the exact same crops, live in identical houses, and celebrate identical holidays. On paper, it's harmonious, efficient, and fair. In reality, people are secretly longing for individuality, experimenting with ideas, and quietly finding ways to break monotony. The irony? Perfection in equality often requires uniformity, and uniformity kills the very spark of human life that makes society interesting. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Collective equality often meant surveillance, censorship, and punishment for deviation. Art became propaganda, humor became risky, and spontaneous expression was dangerous. Utopia in this context wasn't about freedom or fulfillment. It was about control under the guise of idealism. People lived equally, but emotionally, socially, and creatively, they were trapped. And humans being humans, resistance inevitably emerged.
people found small ways to assert individuality, secret gatherings, underground art, private jokes, or subtle rule-breaking. In trying to perfect society, the state ironically fueled small rebellions, covert creativity, and the human desire for freedom. The very system meant to optimize equality created pockets of personal chaos. Here's the psychological twist. Striving for perfection often conflicts with human nature. People crave autonomy, choice, and diversity of experience. Enforcing rigid equality may eliminate visible inequality, but it can also erase spontaneity, innovation, and the messy joys of human life. Utopia may succeed in fairness, but it risks failing in humanity. Philosophically, Soviet idealism highlights the hidden tension in real-world utopias. Noble ideals clash with messy human realities. Absolute equality requires oversight, obedience, and sacrifice of personal freedom. The closer you get to perfect fairness, the more human unpredictability must be constrained. In the pursuit of paradise, utopia may unintentionally become oppression. So, the takeaway? Soviet idealism teaches us that utopian visions can be double-edged. Equality is inspiring, but forcing it too rigidly may produce conformity, control, and emotional stagnation. Perfect ideals often collide with imperfect humans, producing ironic, tragic, and occasionally darkly humorous outcomes. So next time someone dreams of a perfectly equal society, imagine this: identical work schedules, uniform homes, official happiness, and humans quietly hiding their quirks, jokes, and dreams just to survive the utopian perfection. And that, my friends, is Soviet idealism in all its ironically perfect glory.
1960s communal experiments. Ever tried to live in harmony with everyone and discover it's harder than it sounds? Welcome to the world of 1960s communal experiments, where idealism met reality in the groovy chaos of hippie communes. Inspired by visions of peace, love, and collective living, these communities sought to create small-scale utopias. On paper, they were perfect. No bosses, shared resources, free expression, and a focus on personal growth. The twist, many dissolved quickly, revealing the classic Utopia Paradox. Humans are naturally messy, and perfect harmony is surprisingly hard to maintain. Think about it. The communes promised freedom, creativity, and equality. Everyone could garden, meditate, create art, or engage in philosophy while living together in shared spaces. No hierarchies, no judgment, just pure utopian bliss. But freedom without structure can backfire. Conflicts over chores, personalities, finances, or romantic entanglements often emerged, quietly dismantling the paradise before it could fully bloom. The irony: total freedom sounded perfect, but without some form of guidance, chaos creeps in faster than a lava lamp melts on a summer afternoon. Here's a funny mental image. Picture a commune meeting where everyone has to agree on whether to grow kale or tomatoes. One person wants yoga in the morning, another wants meditation, a third wants loud drums at dawn.
Consensus takes hours, tempers flare, and suddenly the utopia feels more like a dysfunctional family reunion, complete with patchouli and tie-dye. The very ideal of harmony becomes a source of stress, and people quietly start thinking, maybe the outside world isn't so bad after all. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Communes encouraged radical openness and shared responsibilities, but human desires, jealousy, ambition, laziness, or even just a craving for personal space can't be engineered away. Efforts to maintain equality often led to subtle hierarchies, resentment, or burnout. Utopia might be calm on paper, but emotionally, life inside the community could be surprisingly turbulent. The pursuit of peace ironically created micro-conflicts, highlighting the tension between ideals and human nature. And humans being humans, rebellion and attrition inevitably followed. People left to seek more personal freedom, take on traditional jobs, or pursue romantic relationships outside the collective. The communes that survived often adapted, relaxed strict ideals, or became hybrids blending utopian dreams with practical realities. The lesson is clear. Perfection is seductive, but humans thrive on autonomy, diversity, and sometimes controlled chaos. Here's the psychological twist. Happiness and cooperation require more than shared ideals. They require compromise, boundaries, and a recognition that people are inherently imperfect. Communes often underestimated the persistence of personal desires, interpersonal friction, and the need for individual choice. Utopia wasn't failing because people weren't good. It was failing because the concept ignored the complexity of human behavior. Philosophically, 1960s communal experiments reveal a hidden truth. Utopia depends not just on ideals, but on the messy reality of human psychology. Perfect equality, shared responsibility, and collective harmony are appealing, but attempting to engineer them without accommodating human quirks can create instability. Utopia may look dreamy, but is vulnerable to the very human traits it hopes to elevate. So, the takeaway. 1960s communal experiments teach us that idealism must contend with reality. Dreams of peace, equality, and harmony are inspiring, but human nature is full of unpredictability, personality clashes, and messy desires. Attempting perfection in a social experiment often produces charming chaos rather than paradise. So next time someone dreams of a perfect commune, imagine this. Tie-dye everywhere, communal gardening, drum circles at sunrise, and humans quietly sneaking off for a nap alone, a burger in secret, or a little personal rebellion. And that, my friends, is the 1960s communal experiments in all their ironically imperfect glory.
Eden myths across cultures. Ever notice how every culture's paradise has a catch? Welcome to Eden myths across cultures. From the Garden of Eden in the Bible to Dilmun in Mesopotamian stories, to Shangri-La in Tibetan folklore, nearly every civilization has imagined a perfect world, a place of abundance, beauty, and eternal peace. Sounds ideal, right? Except here's the ironic twist.
Every single one of these myths suggests that perfection is temporary or ultimately unattainable. Utopia, it seems, is always just out of reach. Think about it. In the Garden of Eden, humanity enjoyed abundance, safety, and harmony, until one bite of fruit changed everything. In Dillman, paradise exists as a pristine, untouched land, but humans eventually leave or are removed. Even Shangri-La, with its eternal bliss, is hidden and inaccessible to ordinary mortals. The story is consistent. Perfection is always conditional, fragile, or just a legend. The irony, humans dream of paradise, but history and myth remind us that utopia is either fleeting or illusory. Here is a funny mental image. Imagine humans sitting around in the perfect garden. No bills, no work, and all the fruit they could eat. Everyone's lounging in robes, chatting pleasantly, and suddenly, oops, someone eats the forbidden fruit. Chaos ensues. Someone wanted a little adventure, a little curiosity, and paradise collapses. The moral? Maybe the problem isn't the garden. Maybe the problem is humans themselves. Utopia is hard to sustain when curiosity, ambition, and desire exist because perfection doesn't handle human nature well. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Eden myths often involve rules, boundaries, or limitations. They suggest that paradise is not fully attainable because humans are imperfect by design. Perfection is not simply a gift. It's fragile, requiring compliance, restraint, or divine permission. And humans being humans, we are curious, ambitious, and sometimes mischievous. So every mythical utopia contains its own inevitable downfall. Proof that perfect societies, even in legend, are paradoxical. And humans being humans, these myths serve as warnings or inspiration. They teach us about balance, humility, and the need to appreciate what we have, while reminding us that absolute perfection may be beyond our reach. We can create comfort, abundance, and beauty, but the chaos of desire, imperfection, and change always creeps back in. Even stories of paradise acknowledge that perfection isn't permanent. Here's the psychological twist. Myths highlight the tension between aspiration and reality. Humans crave ideal states, but our very nature, the drive to explore, question, or challenge limits, prevents permanence. Paradise can exist in imagination, narrative, or temporary experience, but enduring utopia remains elusive. The irony? Our longing for perfection ensures we can never fully rest in it, and that restlessness drives culture, innovation, and storytelling. Philosophically, Eden myths across cultures reveal a subtle paradox. Utopia is universally desired, but universally conditional. Every culture's perfect world is tempered with rules, limits, or inevitable decline. Perfection is less about achieving a state and more about imagining the possibilities, a mirror reflecting human longing, curiosity, and imperfection. So the takeaway? Eden myths across cultures teach us that utopia is a story we chase more than a place we inhabit.
Paradise tempts us, inspires us, and humbles us, but it is always fleeting or unattainable. Myths remind us that paradise, while beautiful to dream about, is inevitably complicated by human nature. So the next time someone dreams of the perfect garden, imagine this: endless fruit, serene landscapes, eternal peace, and humans quietly eating the forbidden fruit anyway, because curiosity never sleeps. And that, my friends, is Eden myths across cultures, in all their ironically temporary glory.
Technocratic dreams. Ever let experts run everything and wonder why people aren't happy? Welcome to Technocratic Dreams. Throughout history, humans have imagined societies governed purely by logic, data, and expertise. A utopia where technocrats, engineers, and scientists manage everything. On paper, it sounds flawless. Efficiency, fairness, optimal resource distribution, and decisions based on reason rather than whim. The twist? Perfect governance often ignores the messy, unpredictable part of life, human emotion. Think about it. Engineers can optimize traffic flow, scientists can predict energy needs, and economists can balance budgets. But happiness, fulfillment, and satisfaction don't always follow logical rules. Emotions are messy. People want freedom, spontaneity, and even chaos sometimes. A city run like a perfectly optimized machine may achieve measurable efficiency, but its citizens could feel emotionally constrained, creatively stifled, or quietly restless. The irony? Technocratic perfection may solve all practical problems while creating subtle dissatisfaction. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine a town where the traffic lights, grocery stores, parks, and even lunch breaks are perfectly optimized by AI and human experts. Every citizen is productive, every schedule is efficient, and every resource is balanced. On paper, it's utopia. In reality, people might daydream, sneak ice cream at odd hours, or wander aimlessly just to feel like humans again. The more perfect the system, the more humans invent small rebellions to reclaim a sense of emotional agency. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Technocrats may enforce rules designed for fairness, efficiency, or order, but social bonds, friendships, humor, and cultural richness often defy optimization. People crave storytelling, improvisation, and emotional connection. A perfectly governed city may eliminate waste and inefficiency, but it risks emotional monotony. Citizens may feel cared for, secure, and logically satisfied, but subtly unfulfilled. And, humans being humans, resistance appears in small, hilarious ways. People might intentionally break rules, ignore optimal paths, or indulge in messy hobbies simply to reintroduce unpredictability into their lives. The more precise the governance, the more creatively humans assert their humanity. The very system designed to perfect life inadvertently encourages imperfection. Here's the psychological twist. Human satisfaction isn't purely logical. Emotions, curiosity, unpredictability, and social bonds matter. A society optimized for efficiency can achieve measurable goals, but it may fail at the more intangible aspects of life: joy, creativity, love, and surprise. Perfect governance is often blind to these essential human qualities. Philosophically, technocratic dreams highlight a recurring paradox. Utopia, defined by rationality and expertise,
often clashes with the irrationality and richness of human emotion. While technocracy can solve many practical problems, it may inadvertently suppress spontaneity, personal choice, and the delightful messiness that makes life engaging. So, the takeaway. Technocratic dreams teach us that perfect governance is never purely technical. It must account for human unpredictability, emotion, and freedom. Efficiency and fairness matter, but emotional fulfillment cannot be optimized by logic alone. So, next time someone dreams of a society run entirely by experts, imagine this: perfectly timed buses, optimized grocery lines, spotless streets, and citizens secretly sneaking joy, spontaneity, or rebellion just to remind themselves they're alive. And that, my friends, is technocratic dreams in all its ironically efficient glory.
City planning utopias. Ever walk through a perfectly organized city and feel completely out of place? Welcome to City Planning Utopias, where efficiency meets human irony. One of the most famous examples comes from Le Corbusier, the visionary architect who designed cities for maximum order, light, and hygiene. On paper, his plans were brilliant: towering modernist buildings, open spaces, smooth traffic flow, and a city optimized for health and productivity. But here's the paradoxical twist. The designs were often socially inhumane, creating environments that felt cold, impersonal, and emotionally barren. Think about it. Le Corbusier's cities prioritized efficiency over human quirks. Buildings were geometric, streets were regimented, and public spaces were vast but impersonal. People were expected to move through cities like cogs in a machine: work, commute, shop, repeat. The irony? Physical perfection and organization didn't guarantee social or emotional satisfaction. People need intimacy, unpredictability, and shared spaces to gather organically. Without those, utopia can feel like a well-oiled cage. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine living in a Le Corbusier-style city where your apartment is perfectly sized, the streets are perfectly straight, and the traffic lights are perfectly timed. You step outside, admire the efficiency, and suddenly realize no one's talking to each other. Children aren't playing in the streets. Neighbors don't know neighbors. Everything works, but emotionally, it's a ghost town. The very perfection designed to improve life makes people feel strangely isolated. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Urban planning that prioritizes order can unintentionally suppress spontaneous human interactions. Cafes, markets, and irregular street layouts create vibrant social life, but regimented grids and towering blocks don't. Le Corbusier's dream of functional perfection often overlooked the messy human aspects of urban living: chatter, chaos, serendipitous meetings, and little rebellions that make urban life rich and memorable. And humans being humans, resistance appears in subtle ways. People may find corners to gather, decorate gray walls, or convert public spaces into informal meeting areas. They might break rules, take shortcuts, or use shared spaces creatively, reintroducing the human touch that the designers tried to eliminate. The irony? Perfectly designed cities often inspire citizens to invent new, imperfect ways to feel alive. Here's the psychological twist.
Humans thrive in environments that balance order and unpredictability. Social bonds, spontaneity, and shared experiences matter just as much as efficiency and hygiene. City planning utopias may optimize for logistics, but they risk undermining the very social vitality that gives urban life meaning. A city can be flawless in structure, yet feel emotionally barren if human needs for connection and chaos are ignored. Philosophically, city planning utopias highlight a subtle truth. Utopia isn't just about clean streets and functional buildings. It's about fostering vibrant social and emotional life. Designs that focus purely on efficiency may achieve technical perfection, but fail in human satisfaction. In trying to perfect urban life, planners may unintentionally create sterile, lonely landscapes. So, the takeaway. City planning utopias teaches us that physical or logistical perfection doesn't equal emotional fulfillment. Cities can be efficient, hygienic, and orderly, but humans still crave unpredictability, intimacy, and organic social interactions. Utopia on paper can feel dystopian in practice. So, next time someone dreams of living in a perfectly designed city, imagine this. Straight streets, gleaming buildings, perfectly timed traffic, and humans finding cracks to chat, play, or just mess things up a little to remind themselves they're alive. And that, my friends, is city planning utopias in all their ironically efficient glory.
Religious utopias. Ever imagine a perfect world only to realize you can't do anything you actually want? Welcome to religious utopias, where paradise comes with a side of rules. Whether it's the concept of heaven in various religions or ideal moral communities on earth, these utopias promise perfection, harmony, and eternal happiness. Sounds amazing, right? Except here's the ironic twist. Perfection often comes at the cost of personal freedom, choice, and yes, occasionally fun. Think about it. In religious utopias, everyone behaves morally. Sins are absent and life is orderly and blissful. The streets are paved with gold, literally or metaphorically. Everyone loves each other and there's no conflict. On paper, it's perfect. In practice, these paradises often require strict adherence to moral codes, rules, or divine guidance. You can be happy, but only if you follow the rules. Deviate, and the perfection vanishes. The irony? Absolute happiness is tied to compliance, leaving little room for the messy, spontaneous side of being human. Here's a funny mental picture. Imagine heaven with everything you could ever want, but there's a guidebook. No anger, no lying, no jealousy, and definitely no cutting and lying at the heavenly buffet. Sure, you're blissfully content, but secretly you're craving a little mischief. Maybe a harmless prank or an extra slice of celestial cake. The paradox is hilarious. The very perfection that promises happiness also subtly restrains your freedom to enjoy it in your own human way. Even socially, the paradox sneaks in. Religious utopias emphasize moral perfection, harmony, and divine order, but humans naturally have desires, preferences, and quirks. Without freedom, individuality can be suppressed. Relationships may feel idealized but also scripted. Humor, spontaneity, and rebellion are constrained because they might disturb the delicate balance of moral perfection. Utopia is tidy, yes, but sometimes emotionally sterile. And humans being humans, resistance emerges subtly, even if only in imagination. People might fantasize about breaking the rules, imagining little chaotic adventures, or longing for imperfections that make life relatable. Paradoxically, the pursuit of ultimate moral and social perfection can generate the very curiosity, desire, or tension it sought to eliminate. The more perfect the paradise, the more humans imagine ways to assert autonomy. Here's the psychological twist. Happiness tied to obedience or moral perfection is different from the messy, autonomous satisfaction humans experience in everyday life. Freedom to make mistakes, explore, and experience unpredictability is core to authentic fulfillment. A perfectly moral paradise may feel blissful in theory, but emotionally, it can feel constrained, even boring to a human mind wired for imperfection. Philosophically, religious utopias reveal a persistent tension. The promise of ultimate happiness conflicts with personal autonomy. Utopia may be morally flawless, harmonious, and eternal, but freedom, spontaneity, and unpredictability are often limited. Perfection in morality or order can ironically create emotional stagnation or subtle dissatisfaction. So, the takeaway: religious utopias teach us that perfect moral or heavenly communities may deliver happiness, but they do so by limiting freedom, choice, and human messiness. Utopia can be inspiring, but it can also be restrictive. So, next time someone dreams of a flawless paradise, imagine this: endless harmony, eternal bliss, morally perfect neighbors, and humans quietly wishing for just a little chaos, a harmless prank, or a tiny rule to break. And that, my friends, is religious utopias in all their ironically perfect glory.